Every second, every minute, man, I swear that she can get it. Saying if you a bad bitch, put your hands up high. Hands up high. Hands up high. Tell them put the lights down right now. Put me in the mood. I'm talking about dark blue, perfume. Go, go.
I recognize your fragrance. Hold up, you ain't never gotta say shit. And I know your taste is a little bit high maintenance. Everybody else basic. You live life on an everyday basis with poetic justice. Poetic justice. If I told you that a flower bloomed in a dark room, would you trust it? I mean, I write poems in these songs dedicated to you when you're in the mood for empathy. There's blood in my pen. Better yet with your friends and them. I really wanna know you all. I really wanna show you off. Fuck God, pour up plenty of champagne. Cold nights when you curse this name. You called up your girlfriends and y'all curled in that little bitty range. I heard that she wanna go and party. She wanna go and party. Nigga don't approach her with that Atari. Nigga that ain't good game home is sorry. They say conversation rule the nation. I can tell, but I could never right my wrongs unless I write it down for real. P.S. You can get it, you can get it, you can get it.
Can I tell you something? Why is what? Get it, have it, back on that. I'm so anxious just to feel that silence. It's so quiet, but I hear you saying to me, baby. Said our time will make enough time. The time you wasn't with me waking up. Now you never said I couldn't let you touch. I need to distance myself from you. I was just alone with you. So come close, won't you? Can I tell you something for what it is worth? We have it, that's all that take you there, take you. Show you something, give you more than what we have it, that's all that take you there, take you. Show you something, give you more than what we have it, that's all that take you there, take you there. Take you there, won't you? Fill me up till my cup's overflowing. I'm so anxious just to feel that silence. It's so quiet, but I hear you saying to me, baby. Said our time will make enough time. The time you wasn't with me waking up. Now you never said I couldn't let you touch. I need to distance myself from you. I was just alone with you. So come close, won't you? Can I tell you something for what it is worth? We have it, that's all that take you there, take you. Show you something, give you more than what we have it, that's all that take you there, take you there. Please be don't, please be nothing to me. I want you to give to me, yeah. Please be don't, please be nothing to me, yeah. I want you to give to me, yeah.
Every second, every minute, man, I swear that she can get it. Saying, that bitch, put your hands up high, hands up high, hands up high. Tell them turn the lights down right now, put me in the mood. I'm talking about dark room, perfume, go.
I recognize your fragrance. Hold up, you ain't never gotta say shit. And I know your taste is a little bit high maintenance. Everybody else basic. You live life on an everyday basis with poetic justice. Poetic justice. If I told you that a flower bloomed in a dark room, would you trust it? I mean, I write poems in these songs dedicated to you when you're in the mood for empathy. There's blood in my pen. Better yet, with your friends and them. I really wanna know you all. I really wanna show you off. Fuck God, pour up plenty of champagne. Cold nights when you curse this name. You called up your girlfriends and y'all curled in that little bitty range. I heard that she wanna go and party. She wanna go and party. Nigga, don't approach her with that Atari. Nigga, that ain't good game, homie. Sorry, they say conversation rule the nation. I can tell, but I could never right my wrongs unless I write it down for real. P.S. You can get it, you can get it, you can get it.
Only been a few hours, but it felt like days. Only been days, but it felt like months. Been gone for a year, only know like once. Life move fast when you do what you want. I guess I'm doing what I want. Hope you doing what you want. What you want?
My new bitch look like Tyler Perry, but she don't love me, she too scary. My old bitch fun like Jackie Brown. I wanna know if she too down. Will you be my leading lady? I want a contract, girl, no maybe. In the meantime,
It's not going where I want.
it's some me time.
Hope you doing what you want.
Crib by the beach like Odell. No, my mom, my killers don't tell. Shadow my mom, cause I New York the shells. Now my bitch is Chanel. Will you be my leading lady? I want a contract, get a little maybe. In the meantime,
It's not going where I want.
it's some me time.
Hope you doing what you want. Only been a few hours, but it felt like days. Only been days, but it felt like months. Been gone for a year, only know like once. Life move fast when you do what you want.
In the meantime,
It's not going what I want.
it's some me time.
You doing what you want.
In the meantime,
It's not going what I want.
it's some me time.
You doing what you want.
Maybe I'll love myself, I don't know. Leave me here, I'll fuck myself. See me in the mirror, I duck myself. Don't need much, so fuck my wealth.
I need you in the morning, but I need you now. Yeah, I know I get it what you need. I know what you like. I feel it coming. Johnny got the essence. I try to reach you, and I need some lessons. I need to give it all. I try to live, but I can't. I
my mind. And I mean, if you get free up your mind, say your body talk to me nice. Say now my love you didn't need for your life. Yeah, our love no be like. Say every day together, yeah, day and night. Yeah, if I leave you go by. Yeah, if you leave I go. Love me your body, baby. Love me your body, baby. As you're whining your body, baby. So crazy. Love me your body, baby. Girl, you want it to me. I just wanna let you know. Hope every day. Don't need no other body. You don't need no other body. Only you feel on my body. Only you feel on my body. You don't need no other body, baby. Ask me, baby. No one, yeah, no one, baby. That's just the morning, my woman's up when you're hurting. I just wanna get you beside me. Give me all you need, give me all you need, give me all you, give me all you need, give me all you need, give me all. Make I give you all you need, every touch you need, give you all. Make I give you all you need, baby. Yeah, you don't need no other body. You don't need no other body. Only you feel on my body. Only you feel on my body. Yeah. You don't need no other body. Girl, I want you there. Yeah, I want you there. I need your love. I need your I want you there. Baby, love, I know you there.
Whole 10 shining stars, big deal. Get a lot of hashtag gang in the city.
Swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
If you can please be seated, restate and spell your name for the record, please.
C. Donahue, Casey Donahue.
Give me one second here. This was working a minute ago. All right. Detective Donahue, we last left off. You had testified regarding video from 2900 West Lisbon Avenue as well as 1650 North 30th Street. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. I have up here the clip. If I can, I'm going to try to replay the clip from 2900 West Lisbon. All right. I have video file marked starting D2, ending in 7-3, ending in 7-3, it's 7:29:32 a.m. on the video clip. Pause at 10:19.
I'm bringing it back up, y'all. Your commercials are coming up because I monetized the live. That's why. It's the first live you've been in where commercials done popped up. Good morning, everybody. I apologize. I was about to speak to y'all. I'm trying to see if it's going to play. Usually I don't cut on my monetization until after the live, but I switched it up. I talked about it last week. Good morning, everybody in the chat. Thank y'all for joining. I appreciate it. Happy Wednesday. Well, we're going to see if this is going to play today. It's been doing good, actually. Good morning, Miss Carla. See if it's going to pop back up. They're pretty much going over the same video we watched the other day, y'all. Let's see. Y'all need to change browsers.
Have you
Let's
viewed this video first?
It doesn't.
And when you listen to the audio, what
She's yelling is, he did that. Call the fire department, call the ambulance.
the subject that that person is sort of pointing at walks south on 30th and then turns onto Walnut, right?
Yes.
That's the video we watched yesterday.
Yes.
I'm going to show you exhibits 447 and 448. Are these two screenshots from that video?
Yes, yeah.
I moved those two exhibits in. It's 447 and 448. Ask to publish.
Any objection? 1 minute. I'm sorry, 1 minute. No, I don't have any objection.
They're received into evidence. You may publish.
All right, and these screenshots, I have exhibit 190 on the screen here. These screenshots were from the video that we watched yesterday, from this building here that I'm circling with my finger, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
I'm gonna put them up on the elbow here. 447. And that's 448. Looks like, tell us what you're wearing.
The subject is wearing dark clothing. The top is a hooded or jacket. The pants are dark pants, sole on them, and a camouflage or tan rucksack style backpack.
He's walking westbound on Walnut on the north. Canvassing that area extensively to try to find any clues about what happened there.
Yes,
And that was almost round the clock, right?
yes, it was.
Were you part of that?
I was, yes.
Obviously, you've already talked about you going to these places and getting these videos, but you were also searching what areas around there. And if, I'll pull the map back up if it helps.
Am I able to move this back? There's a glare on this.
Is that okay, Your Honor?
Is that better for you with the glare?
It is, yes.
Can all the jurors still see? Okay, that's fine. Please proceed.
Okay, you can answer the question. I just want to know what areas you were searching.
Sure. So my initial responsibility was to go and canvass the area for video surveillance. When we noticed the subject go southbound on 30th Street, we then go to the 1651 address on North 30th Street. We then see the subject walking westbound on West Walnut. We then canvassed, unable to locate additional video. So myself, other detectives, and some uniformed officers then conducted a canvass of the playground area. I had knowledge that there were train tracks that were located down in this area right here. We then walked down to the train tracks, canvassing for additional evidence, and that's when we received a call stating that
Objection, hearsay.
State.
I can just ask a follow-up question.
Go ahead.
All right, so you're searching basically, actually, why don't you come down here, Detective? I'm going to have you use this pen and marker. If I have one.
Do you want a Sharpie?
I think I have one, Your Honor. Thank you. Why don't you just trace out, orient us as to where you were searching?
subject go down 30th Street and then westbound on West Walnut. We then searched this area right here.
Okay, you can have a seat. Thank you. I know. Were you there searching on April 5th?
Yes, I was.
That would have been 3 days after Miss Robinson was reported missing?
Yes,
Were you with other detectives?
yes.
And what happened?
We were notified that human remains were discovered in the wooded area just east of the playground.
Who notified? Did you subsequently assume the responsibility of documenting the scene of where those remains were found?
Yes, I did.
And so this would have been, was it late in the day on April 5th?
It was, yes.
About what time? Do you recall?
It was nighttime. I recall that the two pieces of human remains were collected at 1:14 and 1:16 a.m. So we were probably out there for a couple hours at that time.
So from the 5th into the 6th?
Yes.
Okay. So can you just give us an idea of how many people were canvassing that area and searching around that part in that playground, or excuse me, in those train tracks?
During the initial canvass that I was a part of, I would say approximately a dozen.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 191. Is that a map of the 31st and Galena playground?
Yes, it is.
And does it document where the remains that you were involved in recovering were found?
Yes, it does.
Move 191 in.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
Ask the public.
Go right ahead.
Detective, are you aware of whether or not in subsequent days around that playground?
Yes, it will.
Does this map document where remain on the screen, Exhibit 191, zoomed in map of the 31st and Galena playground? We've got 31st Street on the left side of the map, correct?
Yes,
All right, and on the north side is Walnut.
yes, that's correct.
The video from 1630 West Walnut, originally when we watched it yesterday, we started at 6:50 a.m. when we saw Sade's car driving westbound, correct?
Yes, I was at 1651 North 30th Street.
Okay, can you tell us, just point out where that video was covering when we saw that car driving?
An approximate would be this area right here.
So kind of facing northwest?
Yes,
All right, so 6:50 a.m., her Civic is going westbound on Walnut past that building and then it turns north on 30th Street, right?
that would be eastbound on West Walnut and then north on 30th Street.
Thank you for correcting me. So right next to this park.
Correct.
Then at 7:30, a few minutes after, is when we see the subject walking westbound on Walnut, that those screenshots were from, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right, you can have a seat, thank you. I'm going to show you exhibits 109 through 145.
No objection to any of these exhibits.
Can I have the numbers one more time?
109 through 145.
Thank you. Then they're all received at this point.
All right. Yeah, we should publish.
You may.
Okay. These are all photos from the scene that you helped document, is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And this was done in the nighttime.
Yes, it was dark when we saw photographs.
All right, we're gonna go through these, Detective.
Located on the left side of the map right there, the foot location and then the flesh and bone location.
Okay.
More specifically, two pieces of flesh were recovered that night.
Exhibit 109. What are we looking at?
That is going to be a photograph of the playground area in the park.
Facing south?
That is facing south, yes.
And then 110, the cameraman just turned to the left a little bit, correct?
Yes,
And 111 turned to the right.
yes. North 31st Street.
Pretty dark area, correct?
It is, yes.
Okay, not a lot going on there?
No,
All right. To the north of this block, well, actually, I'll hold off on that. Next, exhibit 112, cameraman turned which direction?
that's going to be facing east towards North 30th Street.
Okay, so
Not other side.
behind those trees would be those train tracks?
Yes, that is correct.
And then on the other side, way on the other side, would be that North 30th Street video camera that we were talking about.
It is, yes.
And then the street that we're seeing on the left, that's Walnut?
Correct.
113. What's this?
That's a more of a zoomed in photo from the prior picture showing West Walnut, and there you can see the bridge that goes over the train tracks towards North 30th Street.
114. Cameraman looks like he just moved over into the street, right?
Yes, that's eastbound on West Walnut.
The sidewalk right here where I'm pointing. Is that the sidewalk we were watching that subject walk past?
Yes, it's the north side.
And then there's this kind of brick building on the left-hand side, right?
Yes,
115, little clearer view of that brick building.
yes.
What is that?
I don't even know. I believe it's like an abandoned old factory building.
So I guess what I'm getting at is, did you guys check for cameras from that building in that area?
Yes, we would check all buildings, all residences in that area.
Were you able to locate any video footage that showed the Galena playground, the 31st and Galena playground?
Not from that building, no.
Okay. 116. That same building is on the right side, correct?
Yes, that's going to be facing westbound on West Walnut.
117, we're back towards the playground.
Yes,
Okay, so the playground is going to be on the left side and we're looking south.
yes, that's right.
118,
That is going to be a further camera angle. So
that apartment complex at the end of the street there. What street is that?
that would be this photograph, I believe that's going to be,
It might be a little bright. Just give me a minute. Okay. The bridge that's on the right side, is that Walnut?
yes, so that's going to be on the other side of the tracks facing northwest.
This kind of depicts that there's some elevation from the tracks to the playground. Was that how it looked?
Yes, it's hard to see in that photograph, but from both sides of the train tracks, it dips down, elevation wise.
Maybe 120 will help. I have that on the screen now.
Yes, that's what I would be referring to, how the train tracks are at a low elevation.
121,
That is a photograph, you can see the playground on the left of the picture, and that's gonna be facing southeast direction. towards the lead.
122,
That's gonna be facing east.
Good morning, Miss Lynn. Thanks for joining.
closer up of that. Same thing we see in the middle of 122, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, and then right next to that or near that, 124 is what?
That's gonna be a pathway that leads down to the train tracks.
And into the wooded area, correct?
Yes,
125?
that's gonna be facing south.
All right. Then that, I'm putting up 126, leads to where?
That pathway would be leading to the train tracks, and you can see. there's-
Good morning, Keisha. Thanks for joining, sweetie. Good morning, Miss
Retaining wall
Patsy.
would separate the train track
Carla.
area from the playground, right? Okay, 127. Oh, and
Let me stop this for a minute. Hold on, Robert.
Those were items
When I
placed there
came
by you
on,
and your
actually, I
department.
was in between this live and a phone call, so I didn't really get to speak to y'all like I normally do. So let me thank everybody in the chat for being here. What I has been through here. Farnberry, hey boo, Miss Patsy, Miss Carla, B Brooks, Tro, hey Tisha, Miss Lynn. Thank all of y'all for being here. I appreciate it. Be sure to hit the like button on your way in. Thank y'all for joining. Happy Wednesday. This is day, I want to say day 3. Yeah, day 3 of the trial. I'm gonna try to get caught up because I'm very, very much so behind because I did not go live on this Monday or Tuesday. Life be life. Latoya, hey girl. Much love, Latoya. Thanks for joining. And make sure y'all hit that like button. I'm gonna play it. Y'all know the drill. You got any questions, put them in the chat. I'll try to answer. But I pretty much let it go so we can get through the content. May talk on it a little bit. But for right now, with these expert witnesses and, crime scene and all that type of stuff, we don't do a whole lot of talking. I don't do a whole lot of talking because I want y'all to get the gist of what they're saying. A lot of times, my real commentary don't come in until like the witnesses, like the friends and the family and, stuff like that pop up. Like the cops' testimony, the experts' testimony, the crime scene, experts and all that. I just pretty much let it play so y'all can get the gist of, what's going on as far as the case. So, with that being said, I'm gonna push play. I just want to welcome y'all in because I actually was on the phone call with my doctor's office and I just got off. But that's why I was late hitting the live button, and I decided to go ahead and hit the live button and try to finish the phone call. But anyway, shoot, that's where I feel. Right from there. Yeah, it's pretty much open and shut. But we have to let the law do the law. Sometime before a case even start, the person is guilty. Eventually they're gonna be found guilty, but they still have to go through that process. So yeah, it's pretty much a done deal. But we gonna watch it all play out. I refuse to give up on this one, even though I'm so far behind. Even though it's some other stuff I'm dealing with, I'm determined to come back and at least talk about it a little bit on this channel. That's true, Miss Pass. That's also true in the court of law. not the court of public opinion so much, but it's true in the court of law. So we're gonna roll with that. All right. So with that being said, I'm gonna push play. Y'all got any questions for me, whether it's about the case or anything else? Just put it in the chat. I'm reading the chat now, and I'm listening to the live. All right, y'all. Thank y'all so much for supporting. I appreciate it.
Yes, I placed the cones there. That depicts. That's a closer photograph of the evidence markers. You can see the retaining wall, the pathway down to the train tracks, would veer to the left, close to the retaining wall, and continue down.
128.
No,
Let me put up one.
oh, that is, so I was mistaken.
Okay.
That's gonna be facing south towards Galena, and that's the retaining wall right there
On the left side.
on the left side.
And then we've got a mattress and some other items on the ground, right?
Yes, I don't recall exactly if that was a mattress or a box.
Okay.
Hard to tell.
Was there a significant amount of sort of trash in this playground?
Yes, there was a lot of trash and debris.
At the what would be significant to recover, right?
That is correct.
So items with that amount of trash there, you didn't know what might relate to it or what might not relate to it, meaning the body part.
Correct.
Okay. Did you mark or notice, mark as evidence certain items that you later came to conclude probably had nothing to do with this?
Yeah. Yes.
Exhibit 1.
It is, yes.
Looks like cone 8 on the right, lower right there.
Yeah. So item number 9 is going to be a smaller piece of flesh that was recovered, and number 10.
133 is going to be a slightly closer view. .134 is going to be a close-up of number 9. And 130. of flesh?
Yes.
Okay. How big were items 9 and 10, if you could describe?
Detective Jen, can you pull that mic back around towards you, please? Thank you.
The smaller piece of flesh was approximately 6 by 6 inches.
Here's 138. That cone down there, number 11.
Yes, that's going to be evidence marker number 11.
And do you know what number 11 was?
Yes, number 11 was a human foot.
139. The foot is to the left of the evidence marker.
It is, yes.
One 140.
Of the human foot that was recovered.
141.
So in this photograph, we're depicting that the toenail polish on the human foot was pink.
And this foot on the top of the image, that is the retaining wall, right?
It is, yes.
So the foot was right up against the retaining wall.
Yes.
142. When the foot was found, was it covered by some leaves there?
Yes.
I'm going to go ahead to 144. Another view of where the foot was. And 143 and 145 are going to be images of the foot. The cut line at the ankle, how would you describe it, Detective?
It appears to be a straight cut that the foot was severed.
$145.
Yes.
Are you able to see that same straight cut just from the top?
Yes.
And there's another piece of flesh coming off. So in sum, Detective, when that night, when you documented that scene, that would have been the night of April 5th, and then going over the separate pieces of work.
Yes, the three separate human remains were a smaller piece of flesh, approximately 2 by 2 inches. The second piece of human foot.
Was the medical examiner called to the scene?
Yes, medical legal death investigator is their official term that responded.
That would be your standard practice would be when you have a homicide or a case that involves recovery of human remains that you would summon the Milwaukee County medical examiners to the scene.
Yes, that is correct.
And do they then recover the human remains?
Yes,
Was that done here?
it was, yes.
Where the recovery of the remains we just discussed?
Yes, there was.
Was it medical examiner case number 24-02399?
Yes.
As we had indicated before, as you indicated before, there were a number of other items in addition to the human remains that you marked with an
Fine, baby, you don't need to see them pictures, girl. You do not need to see them
Were any
pictures,
of those
fine,
other
baby.
items deemed to be relevant in any way?
No.
Could you just give us a rundown of what those other items were?
Yes. We located.
Man, Carla, y'all, listen, I get it.
I
Like,
believe it was
you know,
5.
curiosity killed the cat, but y'all don't want to see them pictures. Like, y'all want to see the pictures. I don't. I get squeamish. My stomach get weak out for anything. I know. Y'all tell me in the chat why y'all won't see the pictures.
A condom that appeared to be used at some point. It was outside of its wrapper. We located a doll that was screwed into a tree. I recovered screws that were next to that doll. There was a burlap sack that initially we believed may contain human remains. When we opened that burlap sack, it was a dog that was
Right
placed
into
in the
it.
sack, and it was rotting at that point.
Casings, right?
Yes.
Did you mention that? Okay. Those casings, were they like worn?
It was hard to tell how long that they've been there.
In some, those other items seem to have been items that had been there for quite some time. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
The only thing that grosses me out is vomit. Oh my God, Fun Beer. I knew you was special the first day I talked to you. Just wonder what he was thinking when he was doing that. Miss Carla, I think he was disassociated. I feel like he was in we know he couldn't have been in his right mind. You know what I'm saying? He couldn't have been in his right mind. I think he was just totally off the rim. You know, for not only to unalive the young lady, that's one thing, but to dismember the body, that's on a whole nother level. I mean, come on now. So I think he pretty much was not human at that time. That's my opinion. Just gone. Just gone. Hell, he looked just gone in this damn courtroom.
Flesh located in this area here, correct?
Yes.
It says and bone, but that you didn't find a bone on this side, right?
No, that was found at a later time.
And then the foot was right about here.
Yes.
And that retaining wall is basically, you can't see it on here because it's kind of contained within those trees and brush. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
I have nothing else. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good morning. What was in the backpack the person was wearing?
I don't know.
Spent watching the videos?
I believe I stated that I watched the videos dozens of times.
Okay, thank you, dozens of times. Can you see blood on the backpack?
No.
One would expect that if they were putting body parts in a backpack, you'd see blood on it, wouldn't you?
That's fair to say, sure.
In the dozens of times you've watched, and when you say dozens of times you've watched the tapes, we're referring to really all of the tapes that you would canvass throughout that area, right? Because you've watched all of them multiple times.
Yes.
Did the car, the Honda Civic, did Sade's Honda Civic ever stop at the park here that's on the screen on Exhibit 191 at Galena?
I don't know if it did or not.
You're not sure?
I haven't heard that, Miss Carla.
And
In
that's
all
because
the
there's no video that
videos
actually
and
shows the
the
car stop.
reading that I've done up on him, I've never heard that.
Similarly,
I've never
there's no
heard
video
that. Now,
of a person
what I
getting
have heard
out of that car
is that
at the
he's met other young women and taken them back to his house and invited them down to that basement, which they call a alleged sex dungeon, right? But I've never heard of him being racist, but I have heard about him inviting other women down to that basement in his house where they believe this whole crime occurred. So yeah, but I've never heard anything about him being racist.
park at Galena. You would agree with that as well?
Good to see you.
Could you repeat that question, please?
Sure. There's no video of a person getting out of that Civic at this park area at Galena. Is there a video we've seen of a person walking? But I want to talk about the videos of the car. In all the videos of the car that you've watched, who's driving the car? Can you see?
You cannot see who's driving now.
Can you see a gender of a person?
No,
So then I'm assuming you can't tell the race of the person in the videos you've watched?
not in the vehicle itself.
And we saw that one clip yesterday. Where there was the passenger when the car was going sort of near that playground area, right?
Yes, that would have been eastbound on West Walnut, just prior to turning north on 30th Street.
Sure. And in that video, when the passenger window was going up, Mr. Vance Curzan asked you about whether you could see a passenger, but you also couldn't see a driver in that video, right?
That is correct.
I agree,
Yeah.
Fonville.
When you look
I
at that
agree,
video,
but that's
when
what
you
they
study it closely,
described
can you
it
see, are there
as in the
body
news.
parts of any sort
That's
visible in the
what they
car when you're looking at that
described it
video?
I could not see.
And because a witness
Now,
had
we watched
described
the
it as
video this
that.
morning again of
But I
Lisbon
agree with
Avenue.
you, the hot
That was a
news.
liquor store, 2900 West Lisbon, where that tape, that footage was
Because I
secured,
like me a
right?
good system.
And
I ain't
you
gonna
were
lie.
involved in actually getting that video. You talked to the owner of the liquor store and acquired the video, right?
Yes, that is correct.
He was cooperative with you and turned it over, correct?
Yes,
Isn't it true that you also, you don't work alone, you work with Detective Ryan Casey also, don't you?
yes,
So you're Casey Donahue, but we also have Detective Ryan Casey, right?
yes, that is correct.
And he's part of the homicide unit as well, so he's trained on these types of matters.
He is, yes.
And is it true?
Look,
would you agree
I
with me
said
that
that out
oftentimes
loud.
when two people work together,
I'm sorry.
one detective might do the report, another detective might not do the report, right?
Yes, that is
And so sometimes when people, April 5th, you might be the one to draft the report on a different date, right?
yes,
You would agree that on April 5th was the day when you and Detective Ryan Casey
Mikhail.
went to Lisbon Liquor to get those videos, right?
yes,
And in fact, the turned over those tapes, didn't you?
yes, we did.
And now this is 3 days after the incident, after 3 days after April 2nd, right?
Yes,
Between April 2nd and that date, you had never spoke. We saw the two women that were on the street in front of the liquor store, right?
Yeah.
Between April 2nd and April 5th, neither you nor your partner had ever spoken to those women, right?
no, I have not spoken to,
Hold on, y'all. Let me bring it back up.
yes,
In that when you guys watched the tape, you could see the women on the sidewalk and that they were pointing in the direction of a person. You noted that, right?
yes,
But you would also say that they're yelling something, quote, inaudible. Would you agree with that?
that is what Detective Ryan Casey's report reflects. My observations and what I heard on the video is what I testified to.
Sure. Did you ever draft a report that reflects your impressions of the tape?
No,
Now, eyewitnesses, well, how long have you been?
since 2020.
Certainly, eyewitness testimony can be a form of evidence in any criminal case, right?
Yes,
And it can be an important form of evidence because it can help shape your investigation for starters, right?
yes,
And it could help you pursue leads. An eyewitness might tell you to look at it. This could be right. That's another reason they could be useful because an eyewitness may be accurate with what they're saying, correct?
Yes, when we speak with eyewitnesses, we'll want to corroborate any sort of information that's given to us.
And they can also be wrong.
Yes, that is correct.
They can make a mistaken identification.
Yes,
There's ways to try to figure that out, video surveillance, DNA evidence, but eyewitnesses can be wrong.
is
Right?
that a question?
Yes.
Yes, yes,
And-
they can.
In their ability to observe, in this case, for example, we watched the video again this morning, and you saw the woman who's pointing, right? The woman who's pointing and making the statement. She really only looks over in that area for about 6 to 7 seconds. Would you agree with that?
In which area are you referring to?
The 2900 West Lisbon footage, when we see the man walking across the field and she goes, he did it or whatever she said, she only looks over in that direction for about 6 to 7 seconds. Would you agree with that?
I would have to watch the video again, but that is an approximation that,
Okay. And obviously, she may you would agree with me that a person who is making an observation, their view can be impacted if they're under the influence, right?
yes, amongst other things,
What are some of the other things?
stress.
Weather
Hey,
conditions?
Brandy. Good to see you.
If you know someone, that can be an important consideration too, right?
Yes,
Making an in terms of making identifications as a detective, there's a procedure you can use as a detective to try to. I'm sorry, give me a minute, please. As a detective, there's procedures you can use to try to make an identification, right?
yes, that is correct.
You can do what's called a live lineup,
Correct.
where you take a group of people, one might be a suspect, some people aren't suspects, and you put them out in a room, and there's a process to it, but essentially the eyewitness can choose if they see the person.
Yes, that is correct.
And there's also photo arrays that can be done where specific photos are used of, for example, Max Anderson, and then other photos of other people to show, is this the person you saw, right?
Yes,
And that you never did that, you yourself never did that with either of these two women, right?
I did not, no.
Now,
Detective Donahue, can you pull that mic towards you again? Thank you.
in the woman on the street who's pointing, I'm sorry, you never had her do any photo array or live lineup. Do I have that right?
I did not speak with her, no.
No, she never yelled, he threw a lighter. Did you ever hear that on any of the tape you watched? He threw a lighter?
I did not know.
Did you investigate any other car fires at that location, either before or after this incident?
I am not an arson investigator, so that is not a part of my duty. So I cannot speak on whether other car fires occurred at that location or not.
Around the clock, did I have that correct?
Yes,
When you say that, are you talking from April 2nd when the car is lit on fire until what did you mean by that? When did the around the clock canvassing start?
I am unaware of the exact date that it started. The sheriff's department did reach out to the Milwaukee Police Department, and they asked us to assist in recovering video pertaining to this case. I can't say which exact day that was, but it was, an approximation would be maybe 2 days after.
Got it, April 4th or April 5th, somewhere around there.
Correct.
And in between April 2nd and April 4th or April 5th, no body parts are found in that area.
That was the first time any sort of human remains were discovered at that park.
April 5th.
Yes.
Max was arrested April 4th, you know that.
I don't know exactly which day he was arrested.
Okay. The person with the backpack on, was that person running?
No,
Or appeared to even be in a hurry, right? Didn't even appear to be really in a hurry. April 5th, examine the park. One of the things you just said you found were spent bullet casings.
yes,
Well, that's evidence of a shooting, right?
yes,
Used condom, whatever, make of that whatever you will. Could be two people had sex, obviously, right?
yes,
Okay. You found a bag, a burlap sack with remains in it of a dog. That could be evidence of animal cruelty, right?
correct.
High crime area, agreed?
Yes,
Meaning that area surrounding that park and even Lisbon Avenue.
yes,
There's lots of police response in that area.
yes,
Now, the The person on the tape with the backpack, you pointed out the shoes yesterday, the white shoes. Remember that?
I don't believe I stated white shoes.
I thought you said white soles on the shoes. You were directing us to look at. No?
Yeah, so it would be towards the bottom sole area.
Okay, that's what you were pointing out though, right?
Yes,
That person did not appear to ever have gloves on, did he?
I don't know.
Well, you never saw gloves on that person on any of the videos, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
And nor did the person appear to be wet.
I'm sorry,
Nor did the person appear to be wet,
wet?
covered in water, soaking, right?
You can't tell from the video that I was watching.
Okay. And then Judge, I'm just going to approach the witness if I may and show a few exhibits. It'll be 305, 306, 307, and 308. Okay,
Go right ahead.
if that's all right. I'm going to start by just showing you these pictures and asking you to look at these.
Yes.
You got a chance to look at those?
Yes, I did.
Could you start by identifying exhibit 305, please?
Yes, that's a photograph of evidence markers 6 and 7, and what is depicted to be a doll screwed to the tree.
So if we look down, that's what you're talking about, that doll right there?
Yes,
And then exhibit 306? Same thing?
yes,
And then 307, same thing?
yes,
308? Is that the doll?
yes, it is.
And it looks, it may not be perfectly visible. It appears that there's a screw right in the middle of the forehead and then 2 of them on the eyes.
Yes,
And is that blood smear on the side of the tree as well, the red substance?
I don't know what that is.
Okay, so some person, and this is in the same park where you find human flesh, right?
Yes,
Move these exhibits 306, I'm sorry, 305 through 308 in evidence, please.
Any objection?
No objection to the admissibility. However, the numbering of them, I think, is going to conflict with exhibits we've already numbered. But we can address that later.
Okay.
That's my
I
only.
will receive them. And actually, I think we're going to renumber them right now. And
Okay.
we're going to renumber them as 50,
Can we start at 600?
600.
Yes, please.
Let's go to 800 to be on the safe side. So we'll do it as 801, 802, 803, and 804.
And then Judge, while Attorney Finling is marking those, is it okay if I proceed? So Detective, then you had these photos taken because obviously that's not a typical thing to see in general, right?
yes. When I did my initial walkthrough and began to photograph and collect evidence, at that point, early on in the investigation, we don't know what's relevant, and we don't know what's not relevant. I was informed that homeless encampment is these dolls as a kind of a protection symbol.
Interesting. So the homeless encampment you're talking about right below, essentially right below that crime scene, right?
It would have been near, it was further down
Yeah,
south.
further south of if you were to go down on the train tracks, then a little bit south of that, right?
Yes,
So you attributed that to potentially the homeless encampment, but you actually, you went to the homeless encampment and talked to people, right?
yes, I did.
You never asked anybody about that doll, did you?
Objection, calls for hearsay.
No, I
No, it's actually a question, so it wouldn't call for hearsay, and you can answer your agreeable.
I did not know.
Okay, so the body part, the tissue samples, the body parts that were located, obviously those were kept as evidence and sent to the lab, right? The crime lab
Yes,
for further testing.
correct.
Similar to how, did you ever direct any of those items to be tested for DNA?
I did not send any of the items to the crime lab.
That would be some other person to ask about that, right?
Yes.
Okay, those are all my questions.
State?
Just to clarify, Detective, it's not just that the disposal of those body parts wasn't captured on video, it's that there was no video of that playground. Is that a correct statement?
That is correct.
Nothing else?
Defense?
No.
Thank you, Detective. State your next witness. State Health Detective Jose Flores.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can please be seated. State and spell your name for the record.
Joscflores. Jose Flores,
How are you employed?
as a detective for the city of Milwaukee,
How long have you been with the department?
since December of 2015,
How long have you been a detective?
a little over 4 years.
Prior to that, what was your rank?
Police officer,
Where are you currently assigned?
the homicide division,
And how long have you been assigned to the homicide division?
since September of 2021.
So you were working in that capacity
Hi, Ms.
on
B.
April 6th, 2020.
Yes.
Did you participate in the search of a playground located at 31st and Galena in the city of Milwaukee?
Yes.
Can you describe what your role was that day?
I worked the late shift, so 12 a.m. to 8 a.m. We were instructed to meet our early shift, who had discovered some human remains. You're instructed by Sergeant Nathan Butts, BUTZ, to conduct a search of the immediate area east of the playground and south of Galena,
Was
31st.
Detective Casey Donahue one of the detectives that you joined out there?
Yes.
And were you working with a partner that night into morning?
Several detectives and officers.
When you got there, was it dark out?
It was.
Can you describe what your search entailed?
We were instructed to conduct a grid search through the wooded area east of the playground along in the southwest about a half mile, and it's approximately 2.3 acres of terrain.
What's a grid search?
Just section by section, trying our best to locate evidence.
So does that entail multiple detectives or police officers working together?
Yes.
Is that a more thorough type of search?
Yes.
Okay, can you actually give us a little bit of detail on what you do?
As a detective or to locate evidence, what we do, honestly, I work at night, so we bring out big flashlights, handheld flashlights, and honestly, we just get online together and look down, look up, and foot by foot try to search.
Thank you, Ms. B. Thank you.
And what was your knowledge of what had been found as you came on shift and came to that playground to conduct your search?
We were briefed that there was some human remains located.
Are you familiar with that park?
Yes.
Can you describe how you get down to the railroad tracks?
The terrain was a little difficult to traverse. There's a large hill. It was quite muddy and it was pretty steep. And we went down that hill to go to the train tracks through a wooded area.
Is that the first area that you searched, the railroad track area?
Yes.
Showing you exhibits 147 through 154. If you can briefly look at those and let me know if you recognize what those depict.
It's going to be the area east of the playground, the railroad tracks and the wooded area.
And those are areas you searched?
Yes.
Before we get to these photos, I just want to draw your attention to exhibit 191, which is up here. Are you able to see that from where you're sitting? Or
I am.
okay. And actually, I will have you step down if you can to just identify where you started and where you ended in terms of your search.
We were briefed in the park area, and then we proceeded down through this wooded area, down that hill, and then onto the train tracks. And then our search consisted southwest all the way down to, I believe, the 35th Street Bridge.
Okay, thank you. You can have a seat. Showing you exhibit 147. What is that?
That's the area just east of the playground.
Okay, so kind of at the beginning of
Yes.
that trail that descends.
That's the trail that descends down onto the tracks.
You can see the train tracks in that picture.
Yes.
Exhibit 149.
Just on the train tracks, the dense grassy area.
What street is this up here?
That should be Galena. Or 31st, sorry.
Exhibit number 50.
It's just another view of the way down to the tracks.
Looking back up at the playground.
Correct. An additional view.
This bridge depicted in 151 and 149, could that be the Walnut Bridge?
Yes.
Okay, you
Apologies.
previously said it was the 31st and Walnut intersect though, correct?
Yes.
Exhibit 152, what is that?
That is just another,
Exhibit 153,
a different view, same area,
exhibit 154,
the same area.
and you can see that there's a lot of debris or trash that's been disposed of. Did you look through all of those areas?
To the best of our ability. I remember that night, it was approximately 32 degrees. It was wet. A lot of the terrain was wet, icy, and as we work at night, it was a little difficult to navigate through all that terrain.
Okay, talk about your search of the train tracks, please.
After we proceeded down to the train tracks, we essentially, all the officers and detectives I was with, we got online together and we used our flashlights and we just walked slowly, as slow as we can, trying to identify any potential evidence related to this incident. We walked all the way southwest to the 35th Street Bridge and then turned around and proceeded back the way we came.
What, if anything, did you locate?
We eventually located skeletal remains.
Where?
On the train tracks near where we first started.
Showing you exhibits 155 through 160, can you identify what those are if you know?
It's skeletal remains that we located along with a crime scene evidence marker.
Permission, sorry, I'm moving actually exhibits 147 through 154 in, and then I move exhibits 155 through 160 in.
Any objection?
No.
147 to 160 they are admitted and you may publish.
Okay, what are we looking at here?
That is the skeletal remains along with the crime scene evidence marker.
156.
Just a closer view of the skeletal remains.
Does this appear to be both bone and flesh?
Yes.
What is this?
That's just depicting the train tracks in which the evidence was located, along with the marker. And then this
159
and that's just going to be the pictured.
there.
They would be west.
And 160.
That would be the entrance down to the train tracks again.
How far from that path, that entrance, was the bone found?
Not very far. The pictures try to show a reflection of the scene, but it was not very far.
Approximately how large was the bone?
I don't recall the approximate, but it was large enough for us to take note.
What did you do with that?
After discovering the skeletal remains, we contacted the medical examiner's office.
Hey, Ms.
The
Marjorie.
forensic investigator from the medical examiner's office responded, Lindsay Doome, Doome. And at that point, they began to conduct their investigation. Forensic investigator Doome determined that it was bone, and then they then document it, recover it for it to be assessed by an expert from the medical examiner's office.
They determined it to be a human bone, correct?
Correct.
Approximately what time was that located?
I believe 5:42 a.m.
Hey, boss.
And did that bone get assigned to the same medical case exam number that the other items that were recovered in this playground got? Or did it get a different number?
I believe at the time I got a different number.
Okay, was that number 242403?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Ross?
Thank you. Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
So you would testify that you're a homicide detective?
Yes.
And how long have you been a homicide detective?
Since September of 2021.
And one of your roles in this investigation was to search this Galena Street playground area, correct?
Yes.
And you had said that you arrived around, you said your shift was from 12 a.m. to 8 a.m.?
Correct.
And so I assume you arrived at like midnight?
Approximately.
And by the time you arrived, there were already detectives on scene, correct?
Yes.
How many, do you remember?
I don't recall the members of the early shift though.
Okay. And this is 12 a.m. on what day, April 5th?
It would be the next morning after they initially responded.
Okay, so yeah, they responded April 4th, late at night, and then, so this is April 5th.
Correct.
And you were you joined by Detective Donahue, or was he already there?
He would have already been there.
So detectives had already been around, and they briefed you and said, we'd found some human remains in this area, and so one of your roles was to kind of search this entire area.
Yes.
And you explained that you did a grid search.
To the best of our ability, yes, sir.
And I'm trying to like kind of picture this. It's like a bunch of detectives or law enforcement in a giant line walking in unison, correct?
Yes.
And you have, and because and you start this search, it's probably still dark out, right?
It was.
And so you're using flashlights to, flash.
Correct.
Because, I mean, you can't see things with the naked eye, so you got to use a flashlight.
It's definitely harder, sir.
And all of these detectives are on foot, right?
Yes, sir.
And because you'd been briefed before you got there, so you knew what you were looking for, probably human remains or bones, right?
Any potential evidence.
And so you're aware that, were you aware that they'd found like very small pieces of human remains before you arrived?
Yes.
So you knew you had to be looking for maybe small pieces of human remains, maybe larger. The sizes could vary.
Any potential evidence, sir.
And this search went on for hours, right?
Yes, sir.
Because we see these photos and it looks like the sun is, I don't know if it's up or not, but you can see that it's light out.
Yes.
So probably, can you approximate how many?
It's 5:40 in the morning, so hours, several hours, 6 hours.
And we saw pictures of, it looks like there's a trail that goes from this park, this playground park, the wooded area, to the train tracks, correct?
Yes.
And we saw, it doesn't look like it's an established path from like the park system. It looks like it might just be human made of people walking up and down.
It was a path. Yeah. I don't know if it was established or not, but
yeah, I understand you're probably not part of the Park Service.
Correct.
Okay. And you testified that the terrain that you were searching through was, I think you said difficult to navigate, right?
Yes.
And is that just because it's like this wooded area is just full of logs and leaves and trash?
Well, the train track, again, we were all online, so the train tracks was less hard to navigate. As you get closer to the wall, yes, it would have been a little harder due to the field was wet and it was cold.
And it's probably even more difficult because you're not really familiar with this park. It's not like you want to, on a Tuesday afternoon, you're going walking in this park.
Can you repeat that question, sir?
Well, I can rephrase that actually. The area you're searching is difficult to navigate because you're not really familiar with that area. You don't commonly walk in that area.
I would more so say the weather conditions, the field. Like I said, the train tracks weren't necessarily, and then again, we're doing this at nighttime, so that also was difficult for us.
So the most difficult part to navigate is when you're in the wooded area, right?
Yes.
Because you see the train tracks, it's a wide open space. It's very easy to walk that.
Yes.
And during this, you testified this was a very, as thorough search as you could, right?
Correct.
And during your search, did you you located the bone, kind of almost rusting on the train track.
It was on the train tracks.
Did you locate any other human remains at that time?
Not at that time, sir.
Did you locate, any other, piece of evidence of value that you ended up sending to the crime lab?
No, sir, not at that time.
You don't recall, ever, locating a blanket during that search on April 5th, correct?
We did not, no.
And you didn't find a weapon of any sort, correct?
No.
I have nothing further.
State?
You testified when we started talking on direct, you testified that your shift started on April 6th at midnight. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so when defense counsel said April 5th, and you answered a question about finding the bone on April 5th, can you just clarify what date you found it on?
Apologies. We start at midnight. So and whatever the shift prior, whenever they started, we come in the following morning. So apologies if I misspoke.
So which date was it?
It would have been the 6th.
Okay, so on April 5th is when detectives initially found.
Hey, ask questions, friend. How you doing? Good to see you. Look, I hope you're gonna be in my live later. I don't know what time I'm gonna go. That's why it's not scheduled. But I need to talk to you over there around yonder. So if you can't, that's fine. I know you'll pop up when you can. But I just want to say a couple of things to you later on. Got a doctor's appointment. Truth want to support before I left. Thank you, maybe. I appreciate that. Praying for favorable results, honey. Okay, be safe. All right, ask question, boo.
We're called in to assist.
Let me welcome everybody into the chat again. Thank y'all for joining. I appreciate the support. Make sure you hit that like button. Okay, if you can support the channel. If not, it's okay. On this channel, I ain't really been too big on asking for monetary support on this channel because I do this channel for a whole totally different reason. But I make my little money now that I'm monetizing my videos and stuff like that. So it's all good. I just appreciate y'all being here with me. And make sure y'all put any questions in the chat that you may have and I answer them, okay? All right, here we go. You're welcome, B.
I have nothing further.
Defense?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
State your next witness.
State calls Detective Cassandra Lindert.
Miss Lynn, did I speak to you? If I did, I don't remember. Hey, my Miss Lynn. I think I did, though.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Cassandra Lindert.
Oh, okay.
Cassandra Lindert.
How are you employed?
As a sergeant for the City of Milwaukee Police Department.
How long have you been with the department?
Total about 11.5 years.
What's your current assignment?
Currently, I'm assigned as a sergeant to District 6 early shift.
Prior to becoming sergeant, what was your capacity with the department?
I was a detective assigned to the homicide division.
How long were you a homicide unit detective?
Approximately 2.5 years.
Were you working in that capacity in April of 2024?
I was.
Specifically April 6th, 2024?
I was.
On that date, did you participate in a search of the playground at 31st and Galena?
I did.
Can you describe what you did there?
Listen to him, Ms. D.
To the park. I was informed that family and friends of Sade Robinson had responded to the park because they had saw a news article the night prior that police were at the park and were searching it for evidence.
And I should clarify, you actually were there on April 5th as well, correct?
I was.
So why don't you describe when your shift started on April 5th and describe what you did once you got to the park?
On April 5th, my shift would have been 4 p.m. to midnight. I was involved with a team of other homicide detectives. We went to the park due to some video that was retrieved, and we began searching the park. During that search, it was nighttime, and I located a piece of flesh and a left foot.
And was Detective Casey Donahue part of that search as well?
He was.
And was he with you, or did he come after when you located that?
He was with me.
Then what happened?
The search continued on the 5th. My shift would have been over that night, and then I returned to work on the 6th, 4 p.m. to midnight.
Were you searching that playground in conjunction with a specific reported missing person?
Yes.
Who was that?
Sade Robinson.
As it relates to the foot and the pieces of human flesh that you located, the medical examiner was summoned to collect those items?
Yes.
Why don't you describe your work on April 6th then in that area when you returned?
So like I was saying,
Thank
April
you,
6th,
experts,
I was
thank
sent to the
you.
park because family members had called our dispatch center saying that they went to the park after seeing the police there the night prior in a news article that were searching for evidence. Specifically on the 6th, the family stated that they had found a blanket that belonged to Sade Robinson.
Describe what happened when you arrived.
When I arrived at the park on 31st and Galena, I briefly met with some of Sade's family and friends that were there. They explained to me that they basically conducted their own search of the park after seeing the news article, and that they had located a pink blanket that belonged to Sade.
Approximately what time was this?
It was approximately 5:10 p.m.
Where did you meet the friends?
Just in the general area of like inside the small park on 31st and Galena.
Then what happened?
After they briefed with me, they took me to the area where they located the pink blanket.
In particular, who you were speaking to?
Yes.
What was that person's name?
I believe her first name was Angela.
Did you document this conversation and contact in a report?
Correct.
Would it help you to review your report? To
Yes.
Up with the name? Why don't you take a look at this and let me know if it's out.
I'm done.
Thank you.
Yep.
Do you remember the name now?
Yes, it was Kiana Moore.
Okay, where did Ms. Moore take you to show you the blanket?
She took me to the wooded area, and the blanket was located kind of centrally north and south in the park.
If I showed you a map of the park, would you be able to give us a general idea of where the blanket was found?
Yes.
Showing you what's been previously received as exhibit number 191. Do you recognize that?
I do.
That's the 31st and Galena Park and surrounding area?
Correct.
Can you point on there where the blanket was found?
Yes. I would say it's approximately here.
So south of where you located the foot?
Correct.
Is that an area that had previously been searched to your knowledge?
Yes.
Can you describe that area in terms of what all is there?
So that area in particular is the wooded area that runs north and south in the park on the east side. It's pretty densely wooded. It's not a very well-kept park, so there's a lot of overbrush and like garbage, I guess, and just random stuff that's in the weeds and the grass of the park.
Can you describe what you found when you arrived?
So when I arrived and viewed the blanket, it was kind of just balled up on the ground. It was wet from being on the ground for the night and also kind of dirty with just dirt and leaves and stuff that were attached to it.
What did you do then?
We opened the blanket and I could see that there was a photo printed on the blanket of the face of Sade Robinson, along with a small size like brown dog that her friends and family told me also belonged to her at one point.
That photo of Sade, was that readily apparent? If you had passed that blanket just walking, would the photograph have been readily apparent?
Once the blanket was opened, it would have been. The way the blanket was when I found it, you couldn't really see that the photo was printed on the front of it.
What else did you do?
Once we located the blanket and I did confirm that the photo on the blanket appeared to be Sade Robinson, I requested officers secure the park again. So they used police tape to secure the perimeter of the park, and I requested that Sade's family and friends and other citizens that were in the park be moved to the outer perimeter so we could do another search of the park.
Then what happened?
Myself and some other officers began a search of the wooded area again inside the park.
Did you locate anything else?
So Close to the blanket, I located a small piece of what appeared to be flesh. I also located a small piece of what appeared to be bone. The bone appeared to be somewhat fresh, as it was still like pink or red with a little bit of like flesh attached to it.
Anything else?
Yeah, so as the search continued, along the retaining wall that runs north-south in the park, that separates the park from the train tracks, approximately 8 feet south of where I located the foot the night prior, I found a mound of debris that consisted of like leaves, sticks, and some smaller logs that appeared to have been intentionally kind of piled together. It seemed out of place. I began removing the top layer of the debris when I then could observe a larger portion of what appeared to be flesh that was a darker skin tone.
After finding these pieces of flesh and bone, did you, I know you've described the sequence in which you've searched. Was somebody there present recovering these items as you're searching?
Yes. So once we made the determination that we found the smaller chunk of flesh, the bone, and then the larger that was buried, we froze the scene, called for a forensic investigator along with the medical examiner.
You recognize them?
Park after it had been paved off.
And you can just go through those and let me know if you recognize what each one is, and then we can go through
Okay.
individually what they are.
Yes, I do recognize.
Oh yeah, hold on. Give me a minute. It wanted to drop. Bring it right back up. Y'all got any questions? I know this part right here, like this portion right here with the, you know, with the cops and the talking about the body parts and all this stuff. It could be a bit much, but like I said, this whole case is just it's just a lot. I agree, Ace question. You know, one thing about OJ, like I always believe OJ did it, and I voiced that back then. I just think he just got away with it, you know. It happens sometimes though. People get away with unaliving people all the time. It's all about the see, it's not about I mean it is about whether or not you committed a crime, right? It's always about that, but it's more about whether or not the state can prove it, right? It's all about whether they can prove it. Because let's just be clear. So let's talk about it for just a hot second because we got to get through this. We got to get through this. Let's talk about what really, in my opinion, got OJ off, right? It was the glove, right? It was the glove. But, you know, we all know that we buy gloves that's either too big or too small for us all the time. And buying that glove that did not fit was probably done on purpose. If they had proved it, Elizabeth, he would have went to prison. They show reasonable doubt with the glove. But to be honest, you know, we buy gloves that's too small, too big all the time. And that glove could have been brought that small for a reason, you know, so it could be let's talk about it. Ace questions. Let's talk about it. The glove could have been brought to be too small to make sure it was tight and secure on the hands so that no evidence can get through. No scratches, no blood, even though I think it was some sort of kind of, I don't know if they found, I can't remember, y'all, that was years ago, but I can't remember if they found any evidence on his hands. I don't think they did, but you know, people with sense, and a lot of times, some people that may plot and plan unaliving could really think things out. That glove could have been bought small on too small on purpose. You get what I'm saying? So, you know, even back then, I was shouting to the mountaintops that he did it, but I also felt like it was a possibility he was going to get off. It's a possibility with our murder suspects that they're going to get off because it's not about whether they did it. It is about whether they did it, which is why they're on trial. But when it boils down to it, it comes to whether or not the state can prove it. Period. People get away with unaliving people all the time. OJ is one of those cases. Now, whether he paid off some officials or this, that, and the third, let's neither here nor there. Because it all came down to what the jury believed and whether or not the prosecution was able to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. That glove is what sealed the case. Thank you, Elizabeth. I appreciate it. I don't have all the sense, girl, but I try. But listen, yeah, it all came down to that glove. And I don't know if anybody followed that. Even back then, y'all, I was following court cases. I've been following court cases since I was a teenager. But it all boiled down to the glove. Because OJ was really pretty much, it wasn't going too good for him at first. Yeah, see, Miss B, this is the thing, and this is what people don't realize. You may get off in the court of law with something like that. For one, you're not going to get out when it comes to the good Lord. But you also will probably eventually play here on earth because you can't do something like that and get away with it. Now, you got off of a murder charge. You were let scot-free off of a murder charge, but you end up going to jail for stealing your own shit. You end up going to prison for stealing your own shit. Like, I don't know why people don't even look at that case and extract all the lessons that should have been learned from that case. Right? Because even though you didn't go to prison for unaliving that young woman, you went to prison for something that was so asinine to what are we doing here? That's what that is. But you just never get it. You may think you're getting away with stuff like that. Like, even if a person is found not guilty of a crime they know they committed, you may think you're getting away with it in that moment. But you reap what you sow. It just is what it is. But we ain't gonna get off until old OJ. Oh, OJ. Oh, OJ. And I still say, you know, if people would pay attention, for those that's walking around upset that he got off of that charge, he didn't get away with it. He didn't get away with it, y'all. All right. Back to this young man who ain't gonna get away with it neither. Did I bring it back up? Hold on. I don't think I did. Running my mouth. Let's see. Exactly, God sees read what you sow. I'm sorry for him. Yeah. You know, it's just, you know, I find no excuse at all for unaliving another person unless you honestly, truly are defending yourself. If you feel like a person is going to unalive you, of course, everybody has the right to defend themselves. But, you know, when you just choose to unalive somebody because they don't want to be with you or all that type bullshit, like, people got to stop. You know, people got to stop. You know, it's too many unnecessary unalivings going on in this world, and it's ridiculous. Like, you don't have that right. You don't have that right to take another person's life. You didn't give it to him. You didn't give it to him. You didn't give that person life. So unless it's circumstances to where you honestly truly feel that you are defending yourself, you have no right to take somebody's life. I'm glad you were covering the story. Truth, I remember when it happened, but I didn't know that y'all was going. Girl, me neither. I found out on a fluke, girl. That's because you know I covered this when it first happened. If y'all go down my timeline back about a year ago or so, for those that truly support me, they know I covered this when it first happened. And I found out last week on a fluke, and I'm so glad I did. You know so much. Oh, thank you, Miss Olivia. Miss Olivia is a lot to be an empathetic person. It really is. I wouldn't take it away from myself. I'm gonna just say it's hard. It's a lot to be empathetic because see, you feel other people's pain, and you put yourself in other people's shoes, and it's like you take on their pain. Because I really do feel for people, like especially if they're going through a situation that I've been through before myself. Who can't empathize with a person that's going through a similar situation that they went through or are going through? You got to be a pretty cold person not to empathize with that, in my opinion. You know, I saw it on the news once, never said nothing else. Yeah, I covered it back when it first happened, and I was waiting on this trial. And I promise you, I did not know it was going on, but I'm glad I found out. I'm pulling it back up, y'all. I had to restart my browser, Y'all know how things go over here, honey. But I'm gonna pull it back up. Okay. They have two young woman here. It was pitiful. Science situation. Wow. I didn't know that, Miss B. Lord have mercy. Y'all know as a parent, and I don't know if anybody in this chat has ever suffered the loss of a child, which I hope and pray not. I don't wish that on my worst enemy, but for a person that loses a child, the death alone is, you just never think you'll ever, and you don't get over it, right? But for this young lady's parents, her death is on a whole nother level, like on a whole nother. Can you imagine, having to bury your child and her body's released to you in parts? Like, you don't even get to. I can remember like when my son passed away, I can remember wanting to know. I was obsessed with wanting to know where he was shot at, right? I was obsessed with it because the live streams and the videos that were put out, everybody kept saying he got shot in the head, right? So to me, honestly, I felt like if I had found out my son had been shot in the head, I probably wouldn't be here. Cause even knowing that he was shot, period, was a lot. But I was obsessed, and I couldn't like not be obsessed for a long time until I actually found out where he was shot at. Right. So it was a lot, but to have your child having to, and the thing about it is like these people still don't have all her body parts. Like even during this trial right now, they still don't have all her body parts. You know, it's just a lot. I couldn't imagine what her mom, her parents, anybody that cared about her going through with that being the case. So I don't know. I don't know. But anyway, let me see. I'm gonna bring it back in. Yes, Miss Elizabeth. I lost my son back in 2021. This channel is out. This channel is actually dedicated to his memory. Yeah.
All right, before we do that, could you step down and point to where the items that you just described were located?
Yes. The smaller chunk of flesh in the bone that I located was very close to the blanket. And then the larger chunk of flesh that appeared to be covered by logs was along the retaining wall, which can't be seen, but it would have been south of the foot location.
You can have a seat. Showing you exhibit 161, just to get oriented. What are we looking at?
That is a view of the park taped off by police tape, and that's in particular the playground section.
Okay, what street is over here?
That would be 31st Street.
162, what are we looking at?
Oh, you good,
That
Miss
is
Elizabeth.
a photo
This has been here in the
of-
chat. It's good enough. I appreciate it though. Thank you.
Where is this relative to 161?
I believe that would have been south of a playground on the east side, right before entering the wooded area.
163, what is that?
That is an overall of kind of walking into that particular section of the wooded area on the 6th where we located those items I spoke about.
Are you familiar with this building?
Not very.
Okay, do you know what street that's on?
That should be south facing Galena.
Showing you 164, what is that?
That is evidence marker 1, which is I placed next to the pink blanket.
Exhibit 165.
It's another view of evidence marker 1 and the pink blanket.
Do you recall if the blanket was wet or had it appeared to have been moved at all?
It was pretty saturated from being out on the ground. In the state we found it is how it was photographed.
Exhibit 166, what is that?
Evidence marker 3, which I would have placed next to, I believe, the smaller chunk of, smaller piece of flesh.
I'll tell him, Fun Bear. He been busy working and traveling, but I'll tell him.
7, what is that?
That's evidence marker 4, which I placed next to like pile of debris where the larger chunk of, the larger piece of flesh was located.
So here's 168. You can see exhibit markers 3 and 4, correct?
Correct.
Where are those relative to where the blanket was found?
I believe the blanket was slightly south of there.
Exhibit 169, what is that?
That's another view of the pink blanket looking south.
What about exhibit 170? What is that?
It's evidence marker 2 that I placed next to the small bone that I located.
I'm zooming in. There's a ruler there, correct?
Correct.
Approximately how big was that piece of bone?
I would say approximately 3 to 4 inches.
Tell him, Auntie say hi, me be girl. According to my nieces and nephews, I'm the best auntie. So
Which was placed
tell them
kind of
Auntie
on
say
top
hi.
of the pile of debris. This particular view is kind of looking from the top down.
And is that how?
Thank you, Ms. B, and
It
Thank
is.
you.
And are you the first one to locate this item?
Yes.
Law enforcement uncovered it?
Yes.
Did you uncover it?
Just briefly to see that there's something under there, and then we froze it for the medical examiner.
Exhibit 172, what is that?
That's another view from the top looking down of evidence marker 4. Now more of the debris has been uncovered.
And you described that as being what?
Well, at the time it was we couldn't tell for sure, but it was definitely a larger piece of flesh that appeared to be a dark skin complexion.
Exhibit 173.
Evidence marker number 3 that I placed next to the smaller piece of flesh.
Exhibit 174.
This is a view again of evidence marker 4, now looking kind of at it towards the east.
Before it was uncovered.
Correct.
Exhibit 175.
Another view of evidence marker 4.
Exhibit 176.
A close-up view of evidence marker number 4.
Prior to the debris being moved.
Correct.
Exhibit 177.
That would be a close-up of evidence marker 2, which depicts the smaller piece of bone.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Elizabeth. Thank you so much. Love you too, girl.
So
That's
now
my
this
baby girl's middle name, honey.
lay down
So,
the
yeah.
and
Thank you so much. I appreciate
the
it.
bone on top of the parking ruler next to it.
And you were present for that?
Yes.
Exhibit 179.
That's evidence marker 3, which is the small chunk of flesh that was located. Again, the medical examiner removed it from the wooded area and placed it on top of a yellow tarp.
Exhibit 180.
That's evidence marker number 4, which the medical examiner moved to the tarp and now revealed that it was a human leg, which appeared to be severed above the knee and at the ankle.
So that would be the calf portion of a leg.
Correct.
Exhibit 181.
It's a close-up of the human leg where it was severed at the ankle.
Did you make any observations of how that was severed?
Where it was severed at the ankle appeared to be pretty clean. I believe the medical examiner stated she believed the ankle was
Objection,
broke.
hearsay.
Any exception? I think I can ask a different question. Okay. Just your personal observations.
Yeah, they do, Cornbeer. Some they show videos and everything. But that gotta be excruciating for the family, so I respect that they don't show them like publicly.
You contact team?
I believe so.
The portion of the leg that was covered under
a larger pile of leaves, some small sticks, and then some like larger logs.
You testified that it looked unnatural or like an unnatural portion of the landscape, correct?
Correct.
Did it appear to you that it had been intentionally covered?
To me, yes.
The blanket, is that something that was recovered by law enforcement?
Yes.
And it was placed on inventory?
Yes.
I'm going to have Detective Donner show you
146.
That number fell off.
Yeah.
Going to have Detective Donner show you exhibit 162. Sorry, 46. I just wrote that and I couldn't remember it.
You want this image?
Do you know what that contains?
It should contain the blanket.
I'm going to have you open that and identify what's in it.
So this would be the pink blanket that I recovered from the park at 31st and Galena that shows Sade Robinson's face on it.
I'd ask that exhibit 146 be received. Any objection?
No.
It's received. Thank you. I have nothing further. Ross?
Yes, thank you. So I just want to start with kind of like the timeline of kind of some of the searches you did. You really participated in 2 searches of this Galena Street Park, correct?
Correct.
The first one was on April 5th, correct?
Yes.
And at what time of the day was that?
That was later at night. I believe we may have arrived at the park around 8:30 p.m.
Okay. And you're searching this, that's where you locate, was it 2 pieces of human remains and then a human left foot, correct?
Correct.
And after that search, your shift ended, you went home, right?
Right.
And then the next day you received a call from Sade Robinson's family or her friends about how they conducted their own search, correct?
I was dispatched to the assignment.
That the family had done their own search in this park, correct?
Correct.
And they had conducted that search. Do you know whether police were present during that time or not?
I believe police were not present.
Okay. So after the search on April 5th, and does a search of their own, correct?
Correct.
And so when you arrived on scene, you're aware that the family had said they found a blanket, correct?
Yes.
And you testified on direct examination that the area where the blanket was found had been searched the prior day, correct?
Correct.
And this is multiple detectives and police officers walking through this wooded area, and no blanket was located on April 5th, correct?
At that time, correct.
And we saw a picture of the blanket. It's a distinct pink color. We saw how the position it was when you arrived, right?
Right.
It's pink. There looked like the underside was white, correct?
Correct.
And then about a couple feet from the blanket, you found more human remains, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't find those remains on April 5th. You found those on April 6th, correct?
Correct.
And so, just to be clear.
Hi, stranger.
Hey, everybody.
Got your women out here looking for you in things.
Echo. Damn it, the check is in the mail. We did this case early, right? Did we do this case early? I remember this case.
That's just right look to it. Big Truth, you back on mute? Told y'all he been working. He came up here because his woman was looking for him. Fawn Bear don't want to hear that lie.
Can you hear
don't
me?
want to hear that. That's what they all say. Mail don't never come.
Can you hear me?
April
Y'all hear
5th,
me?
no blankets found. April 6th, the blanket was found, correct?
Correct.
And you're not aware of when that blanket was discarded in that.
Oh Lord, I don't hear D True. Let me go out and come back in. Keep talking D True, because I showed didn't hear you. I don't think. Yeah, I'm gonna go out and come back in and keep talking.
All right. Hey, Natasha. Fawn, you know I don't talk to you in the beginning of the month because you're taking my money. So I'm mad at you. Every time I write a check for our child, I'm mad at you. See, these are the most boring parts of the cases where they're talking to each person that was at the crime scene, each person that has picked something up or put something into evidence, and they're doing this to show a chain of evidence. But for the defense, this is their way of trying to discredit the person that's on the stand, trying to trip
I'm
them up.
back. Go ahead, D True.
Yeah. Trying to trip them up to get that person on the stand to be looked at as a liar or deceitful in some way. So it's boring, but it serves its purpose. You know, it serves its purpose on both sides. I was just telling about chain of command and everything. And when this is the boring part of the trial, where they're talking to everybody that's picked up something or put anything into evidence or logged anything in or was at the crime scene. But you have to establish everyone that's at the crime scene. Go ahead, hit play.
Okay, thank you for coming today.
No,
You don't know if it was, you know, it was sometime before April 6th, because that's when you found it, right?
correct.
And are you aware that what day Max Anderson was arrested?
Not in particular.
Okay. And were you in charge of ever reviewing any surveillance? Was that a different person's job?
That was different detectives.
Okay. And just briefly here, you said that the human remains that you found looked like they were almost intentionally covered up
Correct.
with leaves and dirt.
Yes,
And that's why, I mean, one of the photos you said that some of the debris had been removed and you were able to see a more clear view of what it was, right?
correct.
And that blanket that you just opened, was that swabbed for DNA?
I believe it was sent to the crime lab.
And when you found it, did you do any like preliminary, like, I don't know, review of it? You found any hair or anything?
I just examined it myself. I did observe some red spots that appeared to be blood, but we don't conduct any tests ourselves at the detective level for that.
Yeah, but I mean, your main role is you find the blanket and you secure it and make sure you preserve any evidence that could be found on the blanket or near the blanket, right?
Correct.
I have nothing further.
State, based on your involvement in the search and your knowledge of that area, is it that do you know if that blanket had been there when you searched previously on April 5th?
Objection, speculation.
If you're able to answer it, you can answer it.
On April 5th, I actually do recall seeing the blanket. It was never opened up or looked at because the park is unfortunately extremely littered. There's miscellaneous garbage and clothing items and things like that in the park.
I have nothing further.
Defense?
Did you draft a report indicating that you saw this blanket when you were initially searched on April 5th?
I did not.
Nothing further.
State?
Nothing.
Thank you, Sergeant.
Thank you.
So it's 10:30. It's probably a perfect time to take a 10-minute break. And then we'll come back and get right back at it. Please leave your notebooks on your seat.
Natasha, where your ring? You're not a mod over here, Natasha? I had to remember we ain't on the teacher.
She doesn't like boots on the ground. She can't be a mom.
She's still a mod. I don't think she's a mod over here. Okay, I got confused for a minute. I was like, wait a minute, what the hell? Okay.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Detective Justin Sokolowski, JUSTIN SOKOLOWSKI.
How are you employed?
I'm employed as a homicide detective for the City of Milwaukee Police Department.
How long have you been with the department?
Over 8 years.
How long have you been a detective?
Over 4 years now.
And how long have you been assigned to the homicide unit?
Over 3 years.
Were you working in that capacity on April 7th, 2024?
I was.
Were you dispatched to the area of 31st and Galena, specifically the playground that's located there?
Correct. Me and my partner were in the area doing follow-up at the time.
Who's your partner?
Detective Michael Driscoll, MICHAEL DRISCOLL.
What did that follow-up consist of?
We were in the area conducting follow-up, looking for video. When we were flagged down by 2 individuals, indicated that they believe that there were human remains on the railroad tracks in the ravine.
Who were those individuals?
Kiana Moore and Arlinda Garza.
And were you able to identify how, whether they were related to Sade Robinson at all?
Correct. They indicated that they were friends of Sade
Objection,
Robinson.
hearsay.
Any response?
I can withdraw the question.
Okay, next question.
They flagged you down, and what did you do in response to that?
After we were flagged down by those 2 individuals, we began searching the area. The area is between West Galena and West Walnut in the 1600 block between North 31st Street and North 30th Street. There is a park there located at 1650 North 31st Street. That park was previously searched on the prior day. We were pointed directly to the railroad tracks that were located in the ravine between North 31st and North 30th Street. I entered the park that was located at 1650 North 31st Street, and I went east through the ravine to the railroad tracks.
You referenced searches on prior dates.
Correct.
Did you participate in either of those searches referencing April 5th and April 6th?
I did not personally know.
So this is the first time that you searched a part of that park.
Correct.
Continue to describe what you did.
So the park is on the edge of a railroad tracks. There's a very steep hill that leads down to the railroad tracks, which is where the 2 individuals indicated that they believed there was additional human remains. Upon going down that hill from the west to the east towards the railroad tracks run from the northeast to the southwest. And I observed what appeared to be a chunk of human bone just east of the, just west of the railroad tracks and south of the gates that led us to the railroad tracks.
Was there other debris or trash in the area?
Correct. The area is very common to have illegal dumping, which there was multiple garbage bins, other animal debris and things along those nature in that area.
Based on your experience, what did the bone and ligament and tissue appear to be?
So the chunk of human bone that I observed appeared to be a ball joint, and I observed ligaments that were still attached to the ball joint, as well as tissue. What we did was we froze the scene and had the medical examiner come out to the scene and respond to examine the bone.
Did they recover those items?
They did.
Did they get assigned an ME case number 242430?
Yes, they did.
What else did you do?
From there, we conducted an additional search of the immediate area along the railroad tracks to both the northeast and the southwest, looking for additional evidence in the area. There were other animal bones recovered. I believe everything from a dog, deer, and cow were located along those railroad tracks, as well as a bunch of debris and illegal dumping.
No other human bones were found?
Not on that day, no.
Showing you what's been received as Exhibit 191. Can you tell us what this is?
That is going to be a Google map overview of the park located at 1650 North 31st Street and the railroad track that
Can you describe on that map where you located the bone that you've just testified to?
I can. So the circle directly to the right, proximal bone location, that is the approximate location where I discovered the hip joints.
All right, I'm going to show you exhibits 182 through 189.
I don't object to these.
Thank you, then I'll receive them into evidence at this point.
Can you look at those and just let me know if you recognize what they are?
I recognize where this is.
What are those exhibits?
The photos start off with the bridge directly to the south of where I discovered the proximal bone, facing northbound to cover that railroad track area, and then a series of photos getting closer and closer and closer to the bone that was discovered.
Permission to publish these?
Go right ahead.
Let's start out with that bridge. Is that bridge also depicted on exhibit 191?
I believe if you move the photo up slightly, you should be able to see the bridge on West Walnut, which will be in the 3000 block of West Walnut.
Does that help?
I believe it's to the south. So you just barely catch the bridge there where you see Google. That is going to be the 3000 block.
Okay, I'm going to show you exhibit 182 here, and then I'm going to go back to 191, okay? Okay, 182. Your testimony is that this is this southern bridge.
I'm mistaken. That's actually going to be the West Walnut Street on the north side, facing to the south.
This one?
Correct.
Okay. Exhibit 183, what is that?
An additional view of the bridge facing to the south.
Are you sure that this isn't the park?
I believe that's going to be a view of the park from the south.
Exhibit 184.
That is going to be a view from the bridge facing down to the approximate location where the bone was recovered, and that's going to be the light that was set up due to it becoming dark at the time.
Exhibit 185.
Just a zoomed in version of that same photo.
Exhibit 186.
Another zoomed in photo of that same photo.
These photos are getting darker as we go in sequence here. What time were you flagged down approximately?
The initial time of being flagged down was about approximately 6 p.m. I would say by the time that it was discovered and that we had the crime scene investigator who takes our photos arrived on scene, it was probably about an hour to 2 hours later.
And what is this a photo of? Exhibit 186?
That's just going to be the flashlight on the bone that was discovered, as well as you can see a yellow bag on the top right. That is going to be our evidence markers.
Exhibit 187?
Just a closer up photo of that same image.
Okay, there's an evidence marker number 1 there.
Correct.
Showing you exhibit 188. What is that?
That is going to be a zoomed in photo of crime scene marker number 1 that we used, as well as a scale for reference due to size.
And what about?
So that's going to be even a further zoomed in version of the bone that was discovered, showing the ligaments and the tissue that was observed on that bone.
You testified at the beginning that you and Detective Driscoll were out canvassing the area for surveillance video.
I believe that was our initial intention to be in the area, yes.
Did you accomplish anything as it relates to that?
Unfortunately, that night we did not recover any video. We were occupied by the bone recovery.
Were you able to search for any surveillance video or not?
There was numerous attempts on multiple days to get video in the area.
You personally?
On a later date, yes.
Okay. But your assignment this night kind of shifted when you were flagged down.
Correct.
Nothing further. Cross?
How many cases involving body parts would you say that MPD is involved in per year?
I would not have an exact quote on that number.
Is it something that you go years without even having to see that situation?
I would say no.
Meaning what? That you, in your 4 years as a detective, you saw something like this every year, or what?
I wouldn't say every year, but there are cases where human remains are discovered in the city of Milwaukee.
Is it important to be thorough?
Yes.
And isn't it true that MPD can preserve a crime scene if they wish to?
Yes.
With tape, right?
Correct.
Or even just by, in the homicide unit, just by stationing officers there, right?
Correct.
And for this park at 31st and Galena, was that ever done?
I think in 2 separate occasions, yes.
On a couple of two different occasions?
Yes.
Meaning that, what were those occasions?
The day that we were flagged down, there was a pretty large crime scene set up to conduct a secondary search, and I believe a day prior it was done as well.
And it appears that as the days are going by, different things are being located. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Meaning that it wasn't thorough the first time.
The area is littered with extensive amounts of illegal dumping, trash bags that are mounds high, tire piles. It is a very common area for illegal dumping. So it is very, very hard in that area to do search everything.
So you wouldn't say that it was sloppy, you would just say it was difficult.
It was very difficult.
But you would agree that something like this ought to be given the highest degree of attention and care, right?
Yes.
In that once a crime scene is folded up, so to speak, or ended, then the public.
Correct. Upon my arrival on the 7th, there was no crime scene established. It was reestablished once new evidence was located.
Thank you. That's all.
State? Nothing further. Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
First name Michael, Michael.
last name Browner, B as in boy, R-A-U-N-R-E-I-T-E-R.
Are you a detective with the Milwaukee Police Department?
Yes, I am.
What unit are you assigned to?
The Homicide Division.
How long have you been a detective?
Since 2021.
Were you working as a detective with the Homicide Division back in early April of 2024?
Yes, I was.
Did you participate in the investigation to the disappearance of Sade Robinson?
Yes, I did.
Was one of the roles you played in this investigation to canvass the area near where Sade's car had been set on fire near 30th and Lisbon?
Yes, it was.
That video canvas entailed a large portion of parts of the north side of Milwaukee, correct?
Yes, it did.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 225. This is a map of a part of the city and county of Milwaukee.
Yes, it is.
Move 225 and ask to publish.
Any objection?
No.
Received, go ahead.
225 here, detective. We're looking at a map that on the southern end of the map here, where my pen is, that would be West Clybourne Street, and in the corner here is part of Interstate 94, correct?
Yes.
All right. And there's a freeway exit there.
Correct.
Where does that exit get off?
It's off at like,
5th and Clybourne, is that right?
yes,
Where my pen is pointed?
yes.
All right. Now I'm going to direct your attention. Well, can you point out for us for the general area where you were canvassing for video?
Yes. Do you mind if I stand?
Go ahead.
So the general area was 30th and Lisbon. So this is the intersection of 30th and Lisbon.
Can you pull the microphone by you?
The other one.
The other one.
The remains had been found in a park near 30th and Walnut, like 31st and Walnut. And the fire had been on the corner of 30th and Lisbon just to the north and a little bit to the east in the alleyway. So my main focus was just in this general area spanning from North Avenue south to Cherry, 27th to 35th.
That was your main focus originally, right?
Yes,
And eventually you searched other parts of this map video that we'll get to later, correct?
yes, I did.
Okay. The playground where the body parts were found, it's not marked by green on this map, but it's right here. Is that correct?
Yes, you can see the railroad tracks coming from the left side of the screen here, kind of in a it's half circle where they turn north and then they point due north or travel due north through Lisbon Avenue.
Were you able to find videos in the area of where Miss Robinson's car was burned that depicted her homicide?
Yes, I was.
Driving.
Yes.
I'm going to show you on the screen now what I have marked as Exhibit 194. I'm going to go back to the map in a moment. I just want you to take a look at this quick. It's not on the screen there. Okay. You recognize this camera footage?
Yes, I do.
Is this camera footage from the address of 2001 North 30th Street?
Yes, it is.
And you recovered this footage yourself?
Yes, I did.
I moved 194 to evidence.
Any objection?
None.
It's received.
When we're looking at 225, we see, can you point out to 225 where this video footage is in relation to where her car was burned?
Yes, so 2001 North 30th Street is the corner of 30th and Brown. Particularly, that's the, it would be up to 30th here. This is going to be West Brown. The camera, the store is at the intersection, like I said, the northwest corner. Specifically, that camera view is facing south towards Lisbon Avenue.
The one we just had on the screen?
Yes,
And then we've also discussed another camera view from a different location.
yes, we are.
Where's that in relation to this?
It's a liquor store. The address is 3013 West North Avenue. So that is the southwest corner of 30th and North Avenue. So you have that camera here, then you have the 30th and Brown camera. My left hand is pointing here, and then Lisbon Avenue is just down here where the fire was located, just north of Lisbon Avenue.
Thank you. You can have a seat, and we're going to go back to the video now. The date and timestamp that's on this camera are up in the left-hand corner, correct?
Yes,
And were you able to determine whether or not that was accurate?
it was accurate.
I'm going to advance. The first clip I have up on the screen, Your Honor, it begins with the letter A and then 08, and it ends in the number 0618.mp4. And it's a 1 hour and 15-minute video. I'm going to advance it to 44 minutes and 21 seconds. You watched this video?
Yes, I did.
extensively?
Yes.
All right. The closest I could get was 4416, so we're just going to do that. The date and timestamp at this part of the video is 4417. What is the date and timestamp?
April 2nd, 2024 at 6:50 and 36 seconds in the morning.
And are you aware that shortly after 6:50 a.m., Ms. Robinson's vehicle was picked up on camera on North 30th Street near Walnut and Lisbon?
Yes, it actually, if you follow the headlights, you can see it turns onto 30th Street from Lisbon Avenue. It continues northbound through the intersection here at West Brown, North 30th, and continues north.
It turns northbound from 30th and Walnut, correct?
Yes, sorry. If you zoom all the way in, you can actually follow the headlight.
From the 44-minute, 17-second mark to about 45:20. So we're going to see it coming from the south?
Yes, that's the top right corner.
Okay.
Where you can see headlights there. That's the intersection of West Lisbon Avenue and North 30th.
So this is just a continuation of where that vehicle is picked up at the liquor store down on 29th and Lisbon, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What do you notice about the vehicle?
You can see the damage to the passenger side. The fog light is burnt out or broken.
The wipers going?
Yes.
And it just passed the camera going north?
Yes.
Okay, paused it at 45:21. Going to advance it to $48.12. 48:14. Playing from that time, 6:54:34 a.m. There it is again.
Yes, and sure, the camera went out, but from that view, you can see the damage to the front passenger rear view mirror is broken, as well as some damage to the front passenger side bumper.
All right. I can't zoom in on this player, but are you able to see right? You're saying that this front passenger mirror appears to be dangling?
Yes.
Okay. And I have it paused at 48 minutes, 19 seconds, 6:54:38 a.m. What about the windows?
They're all fogged up.
Is that kind of something you noticed in other videos you watched as well?
Yes, it is.
Playing from that timestamp. Paused again because the TV's went out. Picking up there at 48:23, and it's off camera, correct?
Correct. It turned westbound on Brown.
Were you able to find a video down Brown Street that picked it up or not, or was there not one?
No, I was unable to find any video west on Brown.
Going to advance this video to 52:06. I'm going to play from 52:03. It says 6:58:22 a.m. If we get it back.
Correct.
Okay. All right, playing again at 6:58:28. Now what's the vehicle doing?
It came from the west on Brown Street. It's going to turn northbound on North 30th Street, where it's captured on video at 3013 West North Avenue.
The video we'll watch next, correct?
Correct.
All right. Last part of this clip, I'm going to advance to 54:03. Now we're at basically 7 a.m. on the dot. 7 a.m. and 22 seconds, playing from there.
Again, that's the vehicle. You can see the passenger side mirror, the damage to it.
Dangling down?
Yes.
All right. And what does the vehicle do?
It continues southbound towards Lisbon Avenue, and you can, if you zoom in, you can see that it actually turns westbound on Lisbon Avenue.
Paused it again. All right. So it's way up here in the corner going towards Lisbon, correct?
Correct.
All right. And before Lisbon Avenue, which is difficult, almost impossible to see, the car would be able to turn into the alley where it was eventually set on fire, correct?
Correct.
All right. I'm going to bring up the next clip. It starts with A08 and ends in 2150. Sorry. Got to get the right player up. All right. So we're at, I'm going to go to 1 minute, 20 seconds. All right. Very, very faintly up in the corner, are you going to be able to see that car turn off of Lisbon and go into that alley?
Yes.
All right, but it's really faint, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to play from 120 to 149. All right. There it is, and it's making the turn now, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you've reviewed that video footage from the liquor store before?
Yes, I have.
This is the time that you see on behind the liquor store, the car in the L-shaped alley?
Yes.
All right. And then lastly, I'm just going to go ahead. I'll cue it up so when the TV comes back, it can be ready. 13 minutes, 52 seconds, roughly. 7:35 a.m. You can start to see faintly in the upper right corner the siren or the fire trucks coming northbound on 30th.
Correct.
Okay. Paused at 14:08. So just to, well, never mind. I'm going to move on to the next video before I do that. The next is going to be Exhibit 195. What are we looking at, Detective?
This is the video from 3013 West North Avenue.
Move 195 in.
No objection.
It's received.
All right. I'm going to go up to 6. Well, was the date and time accurate on this one?
Yes, it was.
Very hard to see, but I'll bring it up in a minute. Make it bigger. Okay. So what date and time do we have?
April 2nd, 2024 at 6:52 and 42 seconds a.m.
And this is 30th Street right here, correct?
Yes,
And then this would be North Avenue going east if you were going that way.
correct.
And this just picks up where kind of that last camera left off.
Yes.
What are we going to watch the Honda Civic do here?
So after the Honda Civic goes out of view traveling northbound on North 30th Street, it reaches this, I guess, the entranceway to the parking lot of the liquor store. It's going to turn into the parking lot and kind of back out and then go back southbound on 30th Street.
Playing at 6:52:43. So it gets to North Avenue, then it decides to turn back south.
Yes, at 2001 North 30th.
Okay. Let me advance this to 6:59:07, or as close as I can get. And this is that second pass as it's going up 30th Street between Brown and North.
Yes.
Makes another turn. It's off camera by what time?
6:59 and 29 seconds.
Thank you. So detective, in sum, from those two videos, you see the Honda coming northbound on 30th, and it essentially gets to North Avenue on two different occasions and decides to double back, seemingly circling the area near 30th between North Avenue and Lisbon Avenue.
Correct.
Nothing else.
Cross?
Did you ever see in any of these video who's driving that car?
No, you cannot.
And you've attempted to zoom in and examine that closely?
Yes, I did.
Okay, that's all.
Nothing else.
Anything to say?
No.
Thank you, Detective.
Thank you.
Yeah, I will recall this witness at a later time. The next witness is Detective Thaddeus Schimmels.
Hey, can you pause it real quick? Did she get up? Can she hear me again?
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Thaddeus Schimmels, Thaddeus. Schimmels is spelled Schimmels.
You a detective with the City of Milwaukee Police Department,
Yes, I am.
assigned to the homicide unit?
That's correct.
Were you working in that capacity in April of 2024?
Yes, I was.
Did you assist in the investigation into the missing person report related to Sade Robinson?
Yes, I did.
Was one of the roles of one of your roles in that investigation to canvass areas of the north side of Milwaukee for surveillance video footage?
That's correct.
Did you end up recovering multiple videos that depicted Miss Robinson's car driving in and around the area where it was ultimately burned at 7:30 a.m. on April 2nd?
That's correct.
All right, I got exhibit 225 up on the screen. Tell us the areas that you searched for videos in.
The City of Milwaukee Police Department was looking at video in the area from North 27th Street to North 35th Street, from the area of West Valete Street to the area of West North Avenue. I ultimately obtained some video from the area of the 32 and 3300 block of West Valete in that area.
Did you also obtain video from a location on North 26th Street?
Correct.
What was that location?
The address was 833 North 26th Street. It was the child care center there.
Okay. That video depicted
the cameras. Oh, I'm sorry. The cameras on the building were facing North 27th Street and captured Ms. Robinson's vehicle traveling northbound on 27th Street at approximately 4:50 a.m.
All right, so orient us. We're kind of looking at the southern part of this map, right?
Correct.
So this is a little glimpse of I-94 here. There's an exit on 25th and Clybourne. Wisconsin Avenue is here, correct?
Correct.
Where is this children's center for the daycare? It would be 26th Street here, and then just around Wills. 27, 26 and Wills. Okay, so it captures 27th Street, even though the daycare is on 26th.
That's correct. The entrance is on 26th Street, but there's cameras on 27th Street.
I'm going to pull up exhibit
196.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. 196 on the screen here. Just take a moment, hopefully. What are we looking at?
This is a camera mounted to the west side of the building. It is facing westbound. The street in front of the street that's in the camera view would be North 27th Street.
Okay. It's on the west side. It's facing west? Okay. All right. So where's the freeway? Off to the left side or to the right side?
It would be to the left.
And what are we going to see?
What we're going to see is Ms. Robinson's dark blue Honda Civic traveling northbound, which would be from left to right through the camera view.
The date and time stamp, it says April 2, 2024, 4:50 a.m. Was this determined to be accurate?
Yes.
I'm going to play clip, the first of two clips. Is that it?
Yes, it is.
All right. Are you able to tell anything about the windows?
Yes, the windows are steamed or fogged up. They're, all of them are cloudy. I can also tell that the passenger side rear view mirror is not mounted fully. It's hanging.
In videos, I mean, was that something you had known prior to your video canvas?
It was developed during the video canvas, but yes, we were became aware that there's those distinctions noticed about the vehicle.
And I'm pausing that video clip at 35 seconds. Timestamp is 4:50:36 a.m. and I'm going to play the second clip. So this clip just picks up where the last one left off?
Correct.
All right. And that's the vehicle going through?
That's correct.
All right. Are you able to see on this video too whether or not the windows appear to be foggy?
Yes, they are.
One more time. Did you recover video from 3220 West Valete Street?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to pull up here Exhibit 199. Judge, if I called the 833 North 26th Street Exhibit 196, I was wrong. It's marked as Exhibit 202. The sticker says 202. That was my mistake.
It might have been mine as well. Okay, so the last video was 202.
Yes.
Got it. And this one's 199?
This one is 199. What is 3220 West Valete Street?
The location is a Community Care Incorporated.
And its video cameras face where?
They have a number of video cameras at this location. We obtained multiple exterior cameras that were both along the south side of the location, which is West Valete Street. And there were some other cameras that were obtained that were captured West Cherry Street to the north of the property.
What camera angles were of note or of relevance to this?
The two camera angles that were on the south side location along West Valete Street.
I'm going to pull up 199. It's going to be camera number 2, the clip ending in the numbers 44000. All right, orient us if you can. Do you want the map? Well, why don't you describe it first, then we'll go to the map.
Again, the building itself is a larger building. This would be located, the camera's on the south side of the building. It's both marked and it's facing in a southwestern direction. The camera itself is specifically titled Valete Southwest. What you see is the sidewalk in front of the building in West Valete Street facing in a western direction. The set of green lights right there would be 33rd Street. And then in the distance, you can see red lights of 35th Street.
So this camera is facing southwest, and then there's going to be another camera watching that's facing southeast, right?
Yes.
All right. And the date and timestamp on this one?
It was 1 minute slow to the actual time.
I'd move 199 in.
Any objection?
No.
199 is received.
Now, we had just watched the vehicle coming up 27th Street in this direction, correct?
Correct.
All right. And Valete Street is right here, correct?
Correct.
So what we're about to see is the car passing by Valete Street minutes after we just saw it on video going north on 27th away from Interstate 94?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to advance this to 16 minutes and 49 seconds. The time up on the top here says 4:56:49, but that's probably more 4:57:49, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Playing from there. And there's the car?
Correct.
So it went through 33rd Street then?
Yes,
Up to 35th?
correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
What's it going to do?
Once the red light changes in the distance on North 35th Street, it's going to make a left turn to travel southbound on North 35th Street.
All right. There it goes.
I'm here, y'all. Give me a minute. Let me see what's going on. I had to walk out. Hold on. Oh, it dropped. Give me just a second. Hi, Lucius. Sorry, y'all. It seems like every time I walk out, that's what someone happens. I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry.
Walk out. We've had lunch, 4
Don't
drinks.
say I've been that way that long now. Don't do that, the truth. I'm sorry, y'all. No, I just walked out the room. That's all. You know I be multitasking, girl.
Well, you
And
know,
see, on my end, I can still hear it. Cause see, y'all on the StreamYard end, I'm on the YouTube end in my ear. What you said, D True?
they've been coming up with all kinds of theories, and every one of them had a ball in your mouth.
You know what? See, we ain't even on that right now. See how you do?
I'm just saying what they said.
I go back and read the chat, but I somehow don't believe you, D True.
It was mostly Natasha, but there was a few others that jumped in there and agreed with her.
Look, I ain't see you text. Let me look at my phone of you. I'm tired.
I text you and calls you.
I see what you called. That's what brought me back in the room. I did that the other day. I told you I get called every time. Let's see. I don't know what my I'm sorry, ask questions. All right, y'all. I'm gonna push play while I read the because it's still going. I'm sorry y'all missed that. Oh, he asked me to pause. D2, you wanted to say something? D-True. Can y'all hear me?
like 20 minutes ago.
Oh, what was it you wanted to say? I'm sorry.
They're talking about this guy who's tracing back the car, right?
Oh yeah, okay.
And then the defense attorney comes in and goes, at any point, could you see inside the car and who was driving? And he goes, no, I didn't. So there is testimony that they saw who's driving that car.
We saw something yet. Was it not yesterday when I was on last Sunday or Monday? Okay, so we saw where somebody was testifying when he was walking. Because they got him on camera leaving
the vicinity of where the car was,
with a backpack on and things of that nature. And I couldn't see the face, but the person that was testifying said they can see his face. I couldn't see it.
They just have to put him in the area. Remember, it's what the jury believes, but they just have to put him in the area. And he fogged up the windows on purpose. To keep people from seeing who was actually driving. But they're trying to trace this car all the way back from its origins.
They pretty much, I think they did a good job.
Well, yeah, they kept see what they're doing is they're connecting the streets, so that they say the car is still moving. The car has never stopped moving. And you see right here, it turns around and goes back another direction. Right? So the car has never stopped. No one is getting out of that car. And they're going to check to see how long it takes to go from here to there, from there to there, turn around, come back, and say that car never stopped, because that's exactly how long it takes to drive from here to there. And we can pinpoint each time that the car changes streets or moves or turns. And then they trace him back to leaving the area, because basically, you don't have to trace him back to getting in the car. If you trace him back to where that car was burnt and he's in that vicinity, that's enough for a jury to say that was him in the car.
Absolutely.
So, the defense is going to try and say, well, you never saw him. You can't put my client in that car. No, but we can put your client in the area of where the car was burnt. And we'll let the jury decide whether he was in that car or not.
Yeah. He pretty much got though. He tried to I'm gonna ask you,
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so, and if I remember correctly from when we covered it when it began, they never found, and correct me if I'm wrong, if you know this, they never found like blood or anything in his basement. Do you know about that?
No, well, yeah, they don't have any blood evidence of where he dismembered the body.
Yeah,
But
that's what I'm saying.
that could have been anywhere. Just like the defense attorney is trying to say, well, anyone could have threw that bone over that bridge there down to the railroad tracks. That could be taken from some dogs could have grabbed this and dragged it down there, which is most likely what happens when remains are found separated in different areas. And you know, the rule is if you're going to do it, you can't bury it too deep because you want them animals to get a hold of it. You know, especially if you're doing the dismembered part. So they scatter everything further out, and then the animals will destroy the evidence on the bone when they're chewing on it, because the one thing that you always connect the dismemberment with is what was used to dismember the body.
Right.
You're gonna see saw marks on the bones themselves, and then they're gonna go back and try to figure out what was used and see if that person that you're thinking did it has that particular tool. So animals will always help you in that mark, because now you got to distinguish between teeth marks and a saw. Or
Yeah, that's what happened with that case, the one we covered with the dang, I remember
was it Mississippi or something like that? Where
the guy put the police, the guy put the body in the woods of the park, and he was the one actually that was searching for the body. What case was that? Oh, I can't remember, but I do remember the guy putting the body.
That was that was the
child,
the cop.
Oh, with the young lady. Yeah, it was the young lady. I can't remember
the one that found the body.
Yeah, he was actually at the scene searching for the body with everybody else. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I'm past Mansion Play.
Would be North 27th Street.
So if the car had been going north on 27th Street, like we saw in the Children's Center video, all it had to do is get up to Vliet and then make a left-hand turn.
Correct.
Is that what we're seeing here?
Yes, sir.
And then it just comes past on passing 32nd and Vliet.
I'm just going to object to leading.
I played it from about 1645. Is that the car?
Yes.
Are you able to tell anything about the windows as you watched this?
Yes, the windows appear fogged or steamed up. Again, the rear view mirror on the path lamp looks not like the other one.
Okay. Next clip is camera 4, ending in 5737. $49 seconds. 20 minutes, 52. Now you can barely see North 32nd Street there, correct?
That's correct. It's a T intersection there.
What are we going to see the car doing here?
So you're going to first see the street light up as though there's a vehicle there, the headlights of a vehicle that's stopped there. It's going to be stopped there for what appears to be an extended amount of time, just for the fact that there doesn't appear to be any other cross traffic. And then the vehicle come into the camera view just momentarily as it turns left to go westbound on West Vliet again.
So it stops right here, a little off camera is what you're saying?
Yes.
And you're able to tell that how? Even though you can't see the car, how can you tell?
Again, the street will illuminate with headlights from the vehicle itself.
Playing at 2052. You see the lights?
Yes.
And are you able to see the windshield?
Yes, the windshield is fogged and cloudy.
And in this frame, are you able to see the front passenger rear view mirror?
Yes,
What does it look like to you?
it is angled downwards as though it's not fully mounted or damaged.
And that turn was made at around 5:19 a.m.
That is correct.
Are we going to see the car do the same turn?
Yes,
You're going to advance it to 20 minutes. I think I did the wrong clip first. I'm actually going to go to 17:14. So that was at 5:19. We're going to back up to 17 minutes, 15 seconds. This would be roughly 5:15 a.m.
that's correct.
Okay. Playing from there. What's the car doing?
Again, it's stopped. There is the vehicle that's traveling south, westbound. And now there's no vehicles traveling east or west, but the vehicle's remaining there for some time before it makes its turn.
Can you see the windshield?
Yes,
What does it look like to you?
it's cloudy and fogged up.
And on the, where I have it paused here at 17 minutes, 41 seconds, can you see the front passenger rear view mirror?
Yes, it's angled downwards. It appears to be hanging.
Paused it at 17 minutes, 45 seconds. If I didn't move 199 in, I would do that.
You did 199, you didn't do 202.
Then I would move 202 in.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
I would, I could go on to the next one, but if you wanted to break here, I'd leave it up to the court. We can keep going.
Maybe one more.
Okay, I have actually a quick one. I'll do that. All right, did you get a ring video from an address on McKinley?
Yes,
What was the address?
the address was 3332 West McKinley.
I'm going to show you what is marked as Exhibit 200. This is
Correct.
okay. Zoom in here. All right, so we just watched the video of the car going westbound on Lee here, right?
Correct.
And then we watched it make some southbound turns on the 35th here, correct?
Correct.
And then we also watched it make one southbound turn on 33rd Street here, right?
Correct.
After it made one of those southbound turns on the 35th Street, is that shortly after it goes off camera there? Did you catch it on camera at this McKinley address?
That's Big A place right there, y'all.
The address?
The address would be located right here. 34th Street.
And these, east and west would be McKinley.
McKinley that were able to help you?
No other ones that we were able to locate.
All right. So, the street, McKinley here, this would goes into the train tracks, right?
Correct.
Dead end?
Yes, there is a way to get through by an alleyway.
Okay, so we're about to watch video footage from here facing 34th?
Correct.
All right. Is this the video? Oh, sorry, I gotta hit the button.
Yes, that is the video.
Let me get the volume on here. All right, I'd move 200 in.
Any objection?
No.
Received.
Off to the left side of the screen would be McKinley.
Correct.
All right, and then to the right side is sort of where that train tracks meet 34th Street.
Correct.
Is this the car right here off to the left?
Yes,
And what time and date is this?
it is April 2nd, 2024 at 4:59 and 29 seconds.
Would this have corresponded with the timestamps from the other video when the car is seen turning off onto 35th Street?
You notice they're going
Yes,
backwards,
it would.
right?
Playing the 50
Yeah, I
second
see
clip.
that. Mm-hmm.
What'd you observe the car do?
The vehicle had traveled northbound on North 34th Street from McKinley, went to the dead end, conducted a turn to turn itself around, and then slowly traveled back southbound on North 34th Street back to McKinley.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
After it made its turn to turn itself around, it traveled southbound back to slowly traveled southbound on North 34th Street back to West McKinley Avenue.
At some point in this video, does it appear to you that a motion activated light turns on?
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna play it one more time. Right there?
Correct.
And as the car passed, were you able to see whether or not the windows appear fogged?
They do.
Okay, I think this is a perfect time to break. Again. The same admonition. Right. Don't do any investigation. Don't do any research.
All right, y'all look like they're going on break. I'm trying to fast forward. This seems like lunch right here. They're going on lunch. Y'all put any questions you may have in the chat. Again, thank y'all for joining. Let's see.
So they're going backwards and trying to catch him as he gets in the car.
I think when it came to tracking him, they pretty much got that down pat. That's just my opinion.
Well, they're at like 5:15 in the morning right now.
Huh?
They're at like 5 a.m. in the morning right now.
My name is Thaddeus Schimmels, Thaddeus, last name Schimmels, Schimmels.
Welcome back, Detective. When we left off this morning, we had finished with a video from the 3300 block north of McKinley. Is that right?
West McKinley, yes, sir.
It was McKinley, okay. And lastly, I got one more obtained video from a gas station at 3308 West Fleet Street that depicted Miss Robinson's Honda Civic.
Yes.
Could you tell the jury where that gas station is on the map?
Certainly.
For the record, I have exhibit 225 up on the screen.
West Fleet Street is here, and 33rd Street would be just kind of going through the JJ Fish and Chicken, the eye of the fish. It would be located on the northwest corner of 33rd and Bleak.
One of the previous vehicles, is that correct?
That's correct.
Which video?
The video from to the east of the location from the 3220 West Fleet Street.
I have coming up on the screen here exhibit 203. Is this the gas station video you recovered from 3308 West Fleet Street?
Yes, it is.
I'm sorry. This is 201. I'm sorry. I was looking at the wrong case. Okay. I'd move 201 in.
Any objection?
No.
201's received.
The video is date and time stamped, correct?
It is.
What is the date and time stamp?
The date and time stamp currently on the monitor is the year 2024, 0402, which would be April 2nd. The time is 3:57 and 08 seconds.
What can you tell us about the accuracy of that timestamp?
The timestamp is 1 hour and 1 minute slow from the actual time.
So what would be the real time where we have it here?
It would be at 4:58 a.m.
And what are we going to see?
Showing the front of the gas station, the pumps, and right behind that you can see going from The upper left to the right side of the screen would be West Valete, and then North 33rd Street would be going from the left side of the screen to the upper right.
Okay. Is the car going to drive by like we saw on the other camera?
That's correct. It'll be traveling westbound, going from left to right on Valete Street.
Paused at 4:50. It would be 3:57:17 on the screen. So that would be at 4:58 a.m.
Correct.
I'm going to advance the video to.
Did it drop?
It didn't drop. Hold on. I think they may be muted because I don't hear anything either on the on the YouTube side. It didn't drop. It's just, I don't know if they got it muted or they just watching the cars or what. Yeah, they was just watching the
Paused it
cars.
at 4:13.
At this time, it was traveling eastbound on West Valete Street and making right-hand turn to travel southbound on North 33rd Street.
The real time of this would be what?
This would be 5:14 a.m.
Advancing the video to 4:15:31, but really that'd be roughly 5:16, right?
Correct.
Playing from there. Is that the Honda again coming west?
Yes.
Drop their time. Thank you so much, D-Truth.
I didn't make it go.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
If anyone is ever wondering how they establish the time on, say your video is off, the machine is off by an hour or whatever, they have to actually take either a cell phone or a watch. A cell phone most definitely is the best one to do because it can't really be manipulated. And they have to establish the time of the machine. Because if you don't do that, then the defense is going to be like, well, we don't know what time it is. It says 3 something right there, and my client was in bed at 3 o'clock. So they have to do something with the court to establish the time that they're saying is on this clock that is wrong has been changed to, or this is the correct time. So they have to show something that that they did something to show that this is the correct time, and it's off by 1 hour and 2 minutes, 3 minutes, whatever.
Yeah, I know that they did that a lot in that one with the it was one case we was watching where it was one time on the video, and then they kept saying what time it actually was. And I actually wondered how they would be able to do that and it be admissible. But now that you explain, I know why.
Well, yeah, they also do little tricks like the sun rose at exactly 6:19 on December 2nd, 2024. And then they see that, okay, it's now that you can see the sun rise at such and such a time. So they can find markers like that on the video also, which will establish the correct time and how long the time is off.
Right.
Remember, the time was saying 6 something in the morning when it was really 3 a.m.
Yeah. Okay.
Picking up at 4:18:46 on the video.
Been doing all good all this time. I hope it don't start acting up now.
What does it do?
The Miss Robinson's Honda was westbound on Fleet and now made a left-hand turn to travel southbound on North 33rd Street.
Paused it at 4:19:06, which would be 5:20 a.m. Detective, is that the last time Miss Robinson's Honda is on video up until 6:50 a.m.?
From my knowledge, yes.
I have nothing else.
Cross.
No.
Thank you, Detective. State your next witness.
Detective Rachel Smith?
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
It's Rachel. Rachel, Rachel, Smith, Smith.
You a detective with the Milwaukee Police Department's homicide unit?
I am.
How long have you worked for the Milwaukee Police Department?
I've been with the department for just over 8 years.
Did you assist in the investigation of the disappearance of Sade Robinson in early April of 2024?
I did, yes.
Was part of your assistance trying to recover video from various locations?
Yes.
Did you go, or excuse me, did you help with looking around the area of where Miss Robinson's car was burned for video of any kind?
No, I did not go in that area specifically. The video that I recovered from that area was received via email.
And what was that video from?
It was from a fellow police officer's house. She lives at the area, at the address of 3123/3125 West Walnut.
Can you tell us for the record that officer's name?
Yes, it is Police Officer Shalonda, Shelondia, Tarver, Tarver.
Can you point out on the map I have on the screen, which is Exhibit 190, where the house would be?
Sure. It's going to be right in this area right here.
Okay, and for the record, the witness is pointing to a house about 2 houses in from North 32nd Street at Walnut. Were you aware that through your department's investigation, the sheriff's office investigation, that there had been video of a subject walking away from the area where her car was burned?
Yes.
Is that why this location on Walnut was of interest to you?
Yes.
What were you aware of that made that of interest specifically?
Sure. Person left the area where the foot.
Consistent with where this Sharpie line is kind of drawn there?
That is correct.
All right, so that individual, and I'm going to put up exhibits 447 here, which has already been admitted, as well as 448. Are you familiar with these images?
I am, yes.
What do they show?
Sure, they depict a subject walking. They're wearing all dark clothing with a tan back.
Get video, and then that subject would be walking in this area here, right?
I don't know why I was saying. I guess it's going to be more activity on here. Will. That's why I be trying to do this early in the morning. Because now I want to start dropping. But that's okay. We're going to push through, y'all. We're going to push through because we still got, looks like maybe 2 hours left. But of course, it's not really 2 hours. Let's see. Well, D2, you know me. Being as though I can't get this thing to start sharing like it's supposed to when It was sharing like it's supposed to all of a sudden stop. So you know I'm gonna get a new one, right? I give up.
I knew what?
Laptop.
Oh,
I mean, and when I can't figure something out on something, I can't. Like I can't. It irritates my soul. So I just said, fuck it. I'm just gonna get another one. I don't understand what went wrong. It was working fine. I'm gonna tell you, back when it stopped working fine, remember I told y'all he did an update. I have finally let it update, and after that update, it has not been right ever since. I don't know what got into it.
Did you update your drivers and stuff like that?
Yeah, I don't know. Listen, I ain't telling you, girl. I don't know all of that stuff that you like. All that stuff you and man know, I don't know. See, my mom and dad, they got this, and my mama said, my mama told me to take it to her computer guy. She got my mom. They got a computer guy. Cause my mom just like me every time cause my mom mostly use a desktop, but she does have a laptop. But she mostly use her desktop, right? So whenever something go crazy, cause that's her business computer. Whenever time something go crazy, well, she just take it to she don't try to figure it out. She just take it to the computer guy. So she told me to take mine to the computer guy, which I'm sure if I take it, the computer guy figure it out. So I think that's what I'm gonna try first. Right, true stuff just have to work or you out here. Girl, yes. I ain't got time. I don't know what the truth. All that gigabyte type and that terabyte talk and all that shit they be doing. I don't know about that stuff.
I thought I sent you something that helps you. It'll automatically update stuff.
Everything is updated. That's the thing. That's what fucked it up.
Well, no, but again, Windows is updated. So Windows.
You mean the latest version of Windows or update to the latest version?
The update to Windows, but what it won't do is update your drivers, especially your drivers to your video, which plays the videos.
I don't know nothing about no drivers but driving my car.
Even YouTube has drivers that need to be updated, or an updated version of YouTube will actually advance the video players in it.
See, I don't know nothing about all that, D2. What you're not gonna do is hurt my brain. I'm not hurting my brain. Okay,
We'll play the audio. It's not like they showing us anything.
Well, no, with the court cases, you know, I like showing the audio. People want to see what's going on in the court.
What you like and what you can do are two different things.
Don't be a smart ass.
Sometimes.
I mean, just don't be you ain't got to be a smart ass.
Sometimes you might like those size 7 panties.
I'm good with just doing the audio on my T channel, but not on this channel, not on the court channel. No.
Okay, but you know, everyone wants to get in the size 7 panties. Not everybody can fit size 7 panties. Just wear what you got.
I wear 8. I get all this booty in the 8. Don't do me. Don't do me, D-True. Now, we ain't even talking about size of the panties. Now you trying to go into the other rim. And I'll go there with you because you being an ass. I'm going to push play, y'all, before this live go left like all the rest of my life. Hey, yours truly. Lucius, it's really good to see you, sis. Hey, look, yours truly. I had the damn thing playing. Hold on. Ooh, I'm just so sick and tired of being sick and tired. I know I brought it back up. Let's see. Oh, it ain't caught up yet. There you go. Natasha, he always throwing something, Natasha. Tanya. Still can't hear. Hold on now. I'm gonna drop it and bring it back. I do wear size 8. I'm a thick one, skirt. If it comes in the size 8. I know truth, that's the truth. I ain't stand him. Y'all see how he come back on one? Let's see. He know I'm gonna get him, Miss B. The truth, like every other man in my life, they like to hear me cursing first. I don't know what it is about it. You know, when men get cussed out for some reason to turn them on, I know y'all know what I'm talking about. I do too, little booties, even in the courtroom. Y'all, excuse me, y'all. Y'all true, don't come here on that mess. In the little booties out in the courtroom. Come on. Y'all sure you feeling better? Come on. I still don't want to catch up, y'all. Give me a second. No, baby, I ain't got that cough you had, ma'am. I don't have that cough you had. I'm gonna forever, you know, old week later over there be talking about my cough that I have. I'm gonna have this cough for the rest of my life. It just is what it is. For those that have heart problems or stents in your heart, no. This cough is gonna be in my life. So what a beast gotta say about it don't stop my flow. Okay? And what a beast gotta say about it don't mean me no never mind. Okay. When your breath got to catch up with your heart, you know, you tend to cough a little bit. Dumbass. She ain't got to. I'm gonna send her somewhere to do something. Yes, ma'am. Feeling better. Better. Okay, good. Good. You're true. I'm glad to hear that. Glad to hear that, baby. Yeah. People be just running their damn mouth. They don't know nothing about truth. Girl, don't worry about my cough. It ain't affecting you. I'm good with my cough, okay? I'm living. Shit. The fuck? I got a surprise for y'all later on the T channel since she want to call. That hoe had the nerve to call me fat.
So what you did?
First of all, Truth ain't never denied her thickness. In fact, Truth embraces her thickness. I never ever in life, because I used to be a skinny girl. But I ain't never in life since I've been a thickums ever wanted to be a skinny girl. So I embrace my thickness. I love it. Yeah, I do. But what you not gonna do is sit up there and call me fat and you looking like a bad built Tonka truck. See, that's what we not gonna do. Y'all done took me there. Y'all done took me there because somebody informed me that woman called me fat. When she sits up and eat troughs of food every day, all day, y'all. And see, that's the misconception that people have about, you know, plus size women, that all we do is eat. I am a living testimony that just because you a thick girl or BBL or whatever, it was BBW, I'm talking about BBL. BBW don't mean you sit in front of food and eat. But she's a living testimony that on the other end, yeah, you sit in front of food all day and can't push away from the table. You're gonna be a bigums. Okay? See, I don't sit in front of food all day and eat. Like, I could never eat the amounts of food that lady eat. Ever. That woman is a whole trash can when it comes to food. So you need not worry about Truth and her thickness and what she got going on over here. I get fussed at all the time about my eating habits, girl. Cause I don't eat all that food. That shit disgusts me, make my stomach hurt, make me nauseous. Just looking at a person eating that much food. So don't come for me. What did that say? What you said, T-Mobile? Who did what? Hold on, y'all. Oh, wow. So apparently we getting a new area code. Don't change my area code. Don't do that. I am 334 all day. Who called you fat? I know not. Yes, she did, Tanya. That lady called me fat. I got the intel of the person over there chat when she did it. I said,
Wait a minute. Didn't you just say, I'm going to do this on the T channel? And here you are all
I know
riled
I got
up
triggered.
already.
I
Just
got
riled
triggered.
riled up about it. And we going to go into it right here, right now.
Okay, I'm through. I'm finished. Right, sis, true. And my Lucius, because I'm thick and I do not eat but once a day, mostly once. Yeah, so I know my size don't come from absolutely Lucius. I mean, it's the ignorance for me. Did y'all find Barry? Girl, they said we finna get one, a new area code. But that's all right. We're gonna talk about it on T channel. Y'all. I'm gonna stay right. I'm gonna stay good on this channel. Cause baby, ooh, Chad, ain't that like a good clip, you know, evidence. Stay tuned.
Screen recording with her cell phone. She recorded it and then sent that to me via email.
So they're pretty grainy?
That is correct.
Okay. I've got exhibit 197 on the screen. It's very small. I'm going to zoom in a moment, but just try to help us get oriented here. There's 3 clips, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Summarize this for us.
Sure. This is from channel 4, which is a camera that's on the exterior of the residence, and it is facing in a northeast direction and it's capturing Walnut. And then in the distance, you can see North 31st Street.
How much is the date and time stamp off?
The date and time stamp is approximately 1 hour and 5 minutes slow.
So on the screen now, it says April 2nd, 2024, 6:26:11 a.m. What's the real time?
The real time would be.
Yeah, you can come up on the T channel, Farm Bear. I got you, girl. I got you.
Feature to not keep the other parts of the screen recording and just the video here. And then I will play it. I'm going to play it one time in normal speed and then one time in sped up. Playing it at 2:07. The clip is 3 minutes, 57 seconds long. And just before I get going, since I advanced it, we're up, the timestamp here now reads 6:28:20 a.m. So that would be what?
7:33 approximately.
Playing at 2:08. And if you could, detective, stand up and just tell us where he's going to be coming, where the person is going to be coming from.
Sure. So they're going to be coming from in the distance here, and then you're going to see them travel on this the north sidewalk in a west direction.
Thank you. You see him?
Yes.
And then he's off the screen by 3:53?
That is correct.
Okay, just one more time and fast forward. See him walking there?
Yes.
The next clip is going to be from what angle then?
It's going to be from channel 3, which is going to be essentially a directly north angle, and it's going to be capturing just West Walnut Street.
Judge, I don't know if I move this in, but I would now.
Any objection?
No.
Tell me the number one more time.
197.
And this is actually channel 2.
Okay. I'll go to the one that you had mentioned. So this is just looking direct in front of the house then?
That is correct.
Okay. Playing this one from 50 seconds. Are you able to tell anything about the description of this person based on this video?
Sure. As you can see that their person is wearing dark clothing, and then you can start to tell that the backpack itself is a different shade of color. It's not dark as the clothing.
last clip. Going to play it from 1 minute, 15 seconds. Where are we looking here?
So this is channel 2, and this one is going to be pointing in a northwest direction, and this is capturing West Walnut Street and North 32nd Street.
Does it appear the subject go anywhere when he gets to the intersection with 37th Street or 32nd Street?
Sure, it appears initially that the subject begins traveling north, but then you do, just at the very top of the screen, see that the feet continue across North 32nd Street.
Playing at 1:15. I paused it at 1:25. Are you kind of able to tell the color of the backpack here?
Yes, in this view, you're able to see that the backpack is tan in color.
Can you get up and point that out, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna back it up and then let it play. And now he's at the corner?
Correct.
Okay. And are you able to see the feet there?
That is correct.
All right, I'm going to play that clip again because I would like you to stand up and point that out since it's very faint to see.
Sure.
Backing it up. Oh, sorry. I don't know what happened there. We'll wait till it gets back. All right, I paused it. And just before I continue playing it, what's the timestamp in real time?
The timestamp in real time is going to be approximately 7:35.
Okay. Now, if you could, detective, point out what you're talking about with him crossing the street, and if you can pull that mic to you, that would be helpful. Not that one. Actually, there's one right here. Okay, I'm going to play it at this point.
And so here you see the person walking, and then they appear to travel in a north direction. Then you're going to see a car travel through the intersection. And then as that car is traveling, you pick up the person walking again and crossing the street, and then they go out of camera view.
Thank you, detective. That street they're crossing is what street?
That's North 32nd.
So they're crossing North 32nd Street, which direction?
West.
Would that be towards North 35th Street?
That is correct, yes.
Nothing else?
Cross?
So this person is somewhat near the 31st and Galena playground, right?
At the beginning, correct, yes.
And the person is just walking leisurely,
Correct,
not running,
correct.
not looking over their shoulder and glancing around and making suspicious movements.
That is correct.
Just appears to be on a stroll.
That is correct.
That's all.
State?
Nothing else?
Thank you.
Thank you, detective. State, your next witness?
The state's next witness is Detective Scott Schmitz.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Scott, S-C-O-T-T, Schmitz, S-C-H-M-I-T-Z.
You a detective with the Milwaukee Police Department homicide unit?
I am
How long have you been with the department?
with the police department over 24 years.
Okay. Did you assist in attempting to recover video near the area of where Sade Robinson's car was burned on April 2nd, 2024?
Yes, specifically the area of 35th and Lisbon,
Why the area of 35th and Lisbon?
because we had received information that Maxwell Anderson had boarded a bus in the area.
You are aware that other videos were recovered in the area showing a subject walking around that area
Yes,
from where Ms. Robinson's car was burned?
Hey,
Yes.
Brandon. But you know what? I'm gonna say this though, Brandy. I'm gonna say this though. I'm gonna have to disagree with you, and the reason why I say I disagree with you because she's not neither one of those. See, she has to actually be one of those people in order to be an insult. She's not a professional life coach. She's not a motivational speaker, and she ain't an advocate. Only thing she advocates for is food. So being as though I don't see her as either one of those people, she can't be an insult to those class of people. She's just not. Everything she does, she's self-proclaimed. Hell, she's a self-proclaimed hairdresser, and we know that shit ain't hit. When you got 2.5 clients and you've been doing hair for as long as she claims she been doing hair, nah, baby, I think your title should be snatched. I think your title should be snatched. It's a disgrace. That's it. That's all. Hey, Brandy girl.
This is an image you've seen before.
Yes.
Were you kind of tasked with trying to find video to see if you could pick up this individual walking anywhere else?
Yes, we were.
And based on that clothing description, were you able to find video depicting that person?
Yes, we found video from a corner store on the corner of 35th and Lisbon called the Key Spot.
Exhibit 225 is on the screen right now. All right. So, were you familiar with the location where Ms. Robinson's car was?
Well, okay, boo. Thank you. Thank you.
I believe
Thank
it was a
you.
little bit south of 35th and Galena. I don't know the exact location though.
And all right, so right here we're looking at, this is Lisbon in the middle, right?
Yes.
Okay. The video you recovered is found where?
Would you like me to stand up and show you?
Yes, I have a microphone for you.
So the corner store where we found video, this is Lisbon, and this is 35th Street. So it would have been on this corner, so the northeast corner of 35th and Lisbon.
Can you point to the corner of 30th and Lisbon?
30th and Lisbon.
Okay, so 5 blocks away from the corner of 30th and Lisbon is where you got this video from.
That's correct.
All right, you can have a seat, detective. Thank you. The video you recovered, did it depict what appeared to be the same person as in those screenshots I showed you?
Yes.
There were multiple clips?
Yes, we retrieved a total of 4.
Okay. Who'd you retrieve that video from?
The owner of the corner store, his name was Dominic Key. He wasn't present, but he forwarded us the clips from his phone.
I'm going to bring up the first clip. Sorry. This is exhibit. Do you recognize this?
Yes, this is one of the clips that shows 35th and Lisbon going northwest.
This is a video from Key Spot?
Yes.
I'd move exhibit 198 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
The traffic light that's up here on the right side, what is that?
That would be the intersection of 35th and Brown, I believe.
And this stoplight that's in the lower left foreground of the video, this is the intersection of 35th and Lisbon stoplight, right?
Yes.
What, in sum, detective, what are we looking for on this clip?
On the very top, where you see the red brick building, that's a school. And you're going to be seeing near that school walking towards us, a male on the left side of the screen.
Thank you, Miss B. Thank you, sweetheart. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. So, what'd you say? Girl, that seafood bowl was everything, honey. The reels was everything, me B. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, y'all. I be trying to post for y'all on my shorts, like I said. Yeah, all that. It was everything.
Ms. Curzan, is this a CD or is this a flash drive?
This is a CD.
Thank you.
Playing this clip, it's 26 seconds long. If you could, detective, stand up and point out what you're seeing.
There's a subject walking right
Thank you, Ms. Carlisle. Thank you.
Next clip. That first clip was titled Key Spot Channel 4, and it ends in 250. And the next clip is titled Key Spot Channel 4, and it ends in 621. Pause it at 20 seconds. Do you see that same subject?
Yes,
Did this clip just pick up where the last one left off?
it did.
Okay. And the date and timestamp, is that accurate?
On these two, they are, and the other two, they're an off by like an hour and 2 minutes.
Okay, but this one's accurate. So this one is 8:07 a.m.
Yes.
The next clip I'm going to play is titled, it starts with RP replay and it ends in the numbers 497. Before I play that, this is a different camera altogether, right?
It is, and this view is going to be, I believe, an hour and 2 minutes behind. So on this, it'll say 7:05.
And what's then the real time?
8:06.
And so this picks up where the last camera left off?
Yes,
And do you see that same subject on this clip from the beginning here?
he's right here.
You're pointing to the upper right side of the screen?
Yes, I'm sorry, right.
Okay.
Upper right-hand corner.
I'm going to play this clip. It's 54 seconds long. Paused at 6 seconds. I'm going to zoom in. If I can. All right. Are you able to describe what you see that subject wearing?
He's wearing all black and has like a tan colored backpack.
See right here where I'm circling with my mouse?
Yes,
And what does he do? What are we going to see next?
in the next clip, you're going to see him standing at the bus stop until the bus comes.
Last clip. It's titled RP Replay, ends in the numbers 9424.
You better get him
Adrian
something, B.
Wojnarowski
Don't get that
notification was on
man
the
to
video that
pray
sent
me.
you, right?
Yes, it's from whatever, the owner's cell phone.
The zooming in that's happening, that was also from the owner's phone, correct?
Yes.
That's him getting on that damn
What
bus.
just happened?
I don't know why these people don't understand the camera action
County
these
Transit
days.
Bus?
Yes.
Wow.
Cross?
Okay, so the video footage we were watching was from the Key Spot, right?
That's correct.
The neighborhood store on 35th Street in Lisbon.
Yes.
And you spoke with somebody named Dominic Key, who just cooperated fully with law enforcement, just turned over videos, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then the videos that we watched show a person walking to a bus stop.
Correct.
That's all.
State?
Nothing else?
Thank you. State your next witness.
Detective Michael Brownrider, the state will recall.
Detective Brownrider, we have a new court reporter, so we're going to re-swear you.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, restate and respell your name for the record.
First name Michael, Michael. Last name Brownrider, B as in boy, Raunreiter.
Detective, you previously testified about some videos in the area of 30th and Lisbon up to 30th and North Avenue, right?
Yes,
And you also collected a video from the area of North 27th Street.
correct.
Okay, why don't you tell us about the
From a Milwaukee Police Department pole camera, which is located at the intersection of 27th and Wells. We were trying to backtrack Miss Robinson's vehicle as to how it got into the area. So based off of MCSO's records, we knew that it had come from the area of Howard and 794, and then getting on a off-ramp would be either 27th Street, 35th Street, 16th Street, the viaducts there. So 27th and Wells is our nearest pole camera that I could obtain.
All right. What time what time frame were you looking for and why?
I was looking for any time after 4:40 in the morning.
Specifically, why 4:40?
That was the MCSO, also the Milwaukee County Sheriff's, had the last location of Miss Robinson's vehicle.
What is a pole cam? What is a city of Milwaukee pole cam?
It's a fixed camera, generally on the side of a building or on a pole.
And why does the city have these?
Monitors traffic. Some will be affixed with license plate readers, so they'll capture pictures of license plates as they go through intersections. Some are just in high crime areas where they monitor areas of high crime.
And do you use them sometimes in some of your homicide investigations?
I would say almost every single one.
Are they typically put in busier intersections?
Yes.
Main thoroughfares?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury, I have exhibit 225 up on the screen here, where this pole camera was?
Yes. Can I step down?
Please, actually,
There's a microphone. Sorry, Judge.
I was just going to say the same thing. Take that microphone and just turn it on, please.
Okay. 27th and Wells is this, it's actually marked here with Daddy's Soul Food and Grill. Specifically, the pole camera.
You know what, Miss B?
Was on
I've been
the
told that before. I've
southwest
also been told that I need to do a memoir, like a life story book.
So,
Child, listen, I love reading and I love writing, right? I've always have. But I don't even know if I could do it, like just sit down and just do it. One day I might, you know what I'm saying? I've been told I need to do a cookbook, and I've been told I need to do like my life story, write my life story. But girl, I don't know, maybe I'm gonna pray about it,
Tubi will pick it up.
So you were basically.
You know what? First of all, you're an ass.
Any possible
Second of all, you trying to act like that's a bad thing. I would love for my story to be on Tubi. All the sex scenes and everything on Tubi. How about that? Smart ass.
For how the car would have gotten from, what was the area you said originally?
MCSO last had her vehicle or her phone records in the area of Howard and 794.
Near St. Francis?
Yes.
And so you're trying to find a route that would take from St. Francis to the area where her car was burned. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
What freeway exit would one maybe use?
The one that we had spoke of before, which exits at like 25 in Clybourne, 26 in Clybourne. You would come up, closest would be Wisconsin Avenue, then you would take a left turn, and then the first major thoroughfare north and south is 27th Street, the blue right here that turns gray.
26th Street and 25th Street are not busy streets?
No.
Okay. Did you in fact find video showing that?
Yes, I did.
And I'm going to pull up exhibit 196 here. All All right, I'm going to bring up first the video file that is labeled as camera 1. What are we looking at, Detective?
So this is 27th and Wells. It's facing southbound. So in the top right corner of your screen here is actually going to be the intersection of 27th and Wisconsin. And then across the street, so on the other side of the screen is that Daddy Soul Foods that I had spoke of. And on the left corner of the screen is pretty much the intersection of 27th and Wells.
I'm going to bring this video. I'm going to move 196 in, first of all.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
I'm going to advance this clip to 4 minutes, 40 seconds, which would correspond to what time, Detective? There's no stamp on the video, but what time are we looking at here?
The video should have started at about 4:45 in the morning. If you look at the label or the name of the file, it says 4:44 and 59 seconds. So it would be roughly 4:50 in the morning.
Have you yourself driven the route from KK and Howard to this intersection?
Yes, I have.
Taking the interstate and the highway?
Yes, I did.
Taking the 25th and Clybourne exit?
Yes.
And approximately how long did it take you?
10 minutes.
I'm going to play clip 1 from 4 minutes, 40 seconds, which would be 4:40 a.m. I'm sorry. Yeah. What do we see?
That would be Miss Robinson's vehicle.
I paused it at 5:05. Did I misspeak on the time?
You did. The video started at 4:50 in the morning there, sir. So the vehicle had turned off of Wisconsin Avenue and then turned northbound on 35th Street.
All right. And if I'm zooming in on the vehicle here, what can you tell about the vehicle? What do you see?
The windows are foggy, and it appears that there's some sort of blanket or covering over the rear driver's side window there.
Playing at 5 minutes, 5 seconds. Are the wipers going?
Yes.
I paused it at 5 minutes, 26 seconds, and the car just drove off screen, correct?
Correct. Continued northbound on 27th Street there.
So what time would that have been when it drove off?
It should be about 4:51, 4:50 in a couple of seconds there.
Between 4:50 and 4:51 a.m.
Correct.
Okay. I'm gonna go to the next clip. This is labeled camera 2. I'm going to advance it to 5 minutes. Based on that, what time would this video be? When I press play, what time are we going to be playing from in real time?
It should be 4:50.
Playing at 5 minutes. I paused it. The TV has gone out. All right, it's back. It's paused at 5:06. I'm going to zoom in. On this angle, Detective, did you try to ascertain any information about who the driver of the vehicle might be?
I did.
This is a ghetto ass court.
Did
You know that?
see?
You can see that.
Well, I mean, it is in Milwaukee. You know,
appears to be a lighter.
it is in Wisconsin, and I don't mean to shut, make anybody that feel that live that way feel bad. But Adrian got me with a bad taste in my mouth about Milwaukee. But why do you call it ghetto? Why you say?
The TV keeps going out. What the fuck is this?
I don't mean it's ghetto, did you? Well, I'm gonna tell you why I feel like it's ghetto, which I'm surprised you ain't said nothing about why you talking about the TV. That big ass fan in the back of these people. It gives me Adrian. It gives me Adrian and the box fan. Okay.
That man has paused it 58 times already. Because the TV has gone out.
I get that too. And I noticed that, but baby, it's that fan back there for me. It's that fan. That's what it's giving me. Ghetto.
I guarantee the judge got like a personal fan up under the desk for her.
See, because when you see a fan, that means the air conditioner system ain't working properly. So what's the problem? Why, does everybody in the Milwaukee have issues with heat and air and shit of that nature? Like, what are we doing?
They definitely got issues with TVs and shit.
Oh God, there you go, that TV.
That man said, "Oh, the TV went out again."
I'm just saying.
I paused it again.
Crazy work.
Your skin tone, most likely a white male or female.
All right, and if you could step down with that microphone, I'm going to have you point out exactly what you see as it plays. So the car we know from the last clip stops at this intersection for a period of time, correct?
Correct.
Playing at 5:06.
So while it plays, you're going to see the left hand of the individual driving that's going to move around inside of the vehicle. You're going to also see a shadow of the face. Again, you're not able to make out an identity, but you're able to see that it's a lighter skinned individual.
And that TV went out, so I'm going to back it up and do it again.
What did it say? Hold on. What happened?
He said, again, that TV went out. Let me back it up.
I mean, you don't have to keep saying that. That's my thing. This maneuver oh my God. Courts do all the time, D-Truth, no matter where they are, have technical difficulties. Electronics and all this stuff, they're not perfect. They're not. Look at me. Look at all my mishaps. See, I'm taking offense.
Yeah, I know. I know. Well, we
I'm
understand.
taking offense to this, D-Truth.
Yeah, we understand. But damn, this man has. We will watch. Okay, I'm just gonna tell you now, jury. We're gonna watch about 2.5 seconds of video. Then the TV gonna go out, and then we go back to the video.
Oh Lord, give him a break, D-Truth. Give him a break. He trying.
He getting frustrated as shit too.
It's frustrating. It is frustrating. Shit.
You can see the face there as it moved, and then the left hand in the corner of the window there.
Okay.
How the fuck is he driving? Is he looking through that little non-smoky part? How the fuck is he driving?
Gotta be because those windows are fogged up. Well, right here, is he actually driving? I don't think he's actually driving right here.
But how is he seeing through? See, there's a little spot down at the very bottom.
I see it at the bottom. That's where he cut the defrost on, but it's just not starting to defrost, right?
Yeah, so he's cutting it off. Yeah, turning it off, turning it on, just enough so he can see. His head is laying on the fucking on the dashboard, looking at that little tiny asshole.
Gotta be, because you can't see out the windows.
Shit.
And maybe he wants it that way so can't nobody see that he's driving the car.
He definitely wants it that way. But damn, how the fuck do you even drive like that?
Yeah.
That was paused at 5:19.
As well as, I don't think I mentioned before, but you can see here that this doesn't appear to be the fog or the moisture on the windshield. You can see how that color is, whereas the difference in the rear driver's side window here looks to be like some sort of blanket or some sort of covering the window.
So your testimony is that the windshield appears to be what?
Foggy, like there's dew. If I'm not mistaken, it was raining that day. So it looks like there was fog covering the windshield. You can see that this blanket actually comes into the driver's side window, which makes me believe that it's some sort of covering past the B pillar here into the driver's compartment.
All right. Okay, I got the TV back, so I'm going to play it at 5:08. And if you can point out what you noticed about the driver when you see it.
Damn.
So it's going to be right there. When you pause it, it's a little bit blurry, but it appears that the driver kind of tilts his head or their head to the left, which you can see a skin tone there that appears to be a lighter skin tone. And then that was the hand that had just moved as well.
Off the camera.
Is the TV sitting on a bucket?
One more time.
Stop it, D-Truth, stop it.
Is there like a man sitting in front of it, like pausing it? They probably can't afford a fucking remote. Well, Yana, we don't have a remote, so we're gonna pause. Can you pause it for us, Your Honor?
Pulling northbound on 27th?
Correct.
Last clip. This is labeled camera 3. I'm going to bring this up from 20 minutes, 20 seconds. This one's timed a little differently, Detective, correct?
Yes, it is.
Can you tell us how, as I
This clip
bring this
starts
up?
at 4:29 and 59 seconds. So 4:29 a.m.
And then, so if we advance it 20 minutes from there, that's roughly
4:50 in the morning.
Okay. Traveling northbound from this intersection, would that get you to Vliet Street?
Yes, it would.
All right, Detective, I have exhibit 225 that's going to be on Elmo. Throughout your involvement in this investigation, did you familiarize yourself with the exact locations and directions and times where, specifically times, where the Honda Civic is seen driving and where that subject, or exhibit 448 on the screen, is seen walking?
Yes.
I have exhibit 225 here. And if you could, I'd like you to draw on this exhibit with this pen and take the jury through the summary of what those videos show. May the witness step down?
Please.
Why don't you use this red pen here? I'm going to put the microphone in front of you. Make sure that it's on the TV.
Oh, sorry. So as I had just testified, the vehicle is northbound at 4:50 in the morning on 27th from Wells Street here. Then it is westbound on Vliet Street here. And then it circles around, and the first time it's captured of 34th and McKinley in a back alleyway off of a Ring camera. The vehicle then appears to kind of circle in this area off of Vliet Street between 35th and it would be about 28th. The vehicle then is last seen at 5:19 a.m. It is coming northbound, and then it makes a westbound turn on Vliet. And after that, from 5:20 to when I testified earlier today, we do not have the vehicle on camera. We then capture it, as I testified earlier, northbound on 30th Street from Walnut passing Lisbon Avenue.
I'm going to stop you there. So, let's move the map for you. 5:19 is when you last catch the vehicle passing 32nd and Vliet here. Is that what you said?
Yes.
And then about 5:20, it disappears from camera until when?
Until it should be 6:50 in the morning.
Okay. And where does it pick back up at 6:50 in the morning?
Traveling northbound on 30th Street, approaching Lisbon Avenue.
And how close is that location to where the body parts were found?
A block and a half.
Okay, so it reappears on camera a block to a block and a half from where the body parts were found.
Yes, if you'd like me to mark where the park is on the camera. So the park is right here. This is 30th Street northbound, where I had testified that we capture it, traveling northbound. And then it circles in this neighborhood here off of Brown Street and 30th.
Do you have a Sharpie to write it on darker? It's really hard to see.
Sure, I'll give him a marker.
We will have one right here behind you, Detective Brownrider.
Northbound on 27,
Correct.
then?
Westbound on Valit. It's captured in this alleyway here off of a ring camera at 459. It's then circling, or appears to be circling the area off of Valit Street here. The last time that we captured on video is 519. It's westbound on Valit towards 35th Street, where it's out of the camera until,
Can you write 519 next to that arrow?
yes, ma'am,
Go on.
30th from Lisbon to North Avenue here. As I circled here, this is the park where the human remains were located.
What time does it reappear?
6:50 a.m.
Can you write that?
And then draw a line off that circle in Wright Park.
Then what?
It's captured traveling kind of in a circle around here off of 30th and Brown. And then it pulls into the alleyway, the location of the fire. I'll put an arrow here. That's at about 7:23 a.m. Where then we see shortly after MFD approaching.
Okay, around a little after 7:30.
Correct.
Then, I don't know if we have a different color. You want to use blue?
Use the highlighter here,
Use
sir.
the highlighter. Let's talk about the subject walking after the fire at 7:30. Why don't you, can you draw on the map where that subject is traveling to?
Yes, that subject is seen traveling southbound on 30th from Lisbon. That pops up, okay. And then that subject then travels westbound on Walnut Street and then northbound on 32nd Street, or appears to turn northbound on 32nd Street, where we then do not have any other video. That subject then is picked up again, coming southbound on 35th Street from Brown and coming to the intersection of 35th and Lisbon Avenue.
Can you circle the 35th and Lisbon Avenue intersection in pink, please? And what time is that subject walking southbound from Brown towards the intersection of 35th and Lisbon?
If I'm not mistaken, it's approximately 8:06 a.m.
And is that the time that the person gets on the bus?
I believe that individual gets on a bus at around 8:11.
He waits at that stop and then gets on the bus.
Correct.
Okay. You can have a seat, thank you. So to be clear, Detective, after disappearing from camera at about 5:19 a.m., the car is off camera until 6:50 a.m.,
Correct.
at which point it is picked up just next to the 31st and Galena playground by the video you recovered.
Yes, it's traveling northbound on 30th from Walnut, which is within a block of the park.
Is it coming from the direction of the park?
Yes.
And one last topic, Detective, the area of that playground was canvassed for video, is that correct?
Yes, it was.
Were there any videos able to be recovered that depicted any part of that playground?
No.
Nothing else?
Cross.
Yes. Good afternoon, Detective. I want to talk about the video that the state had played of the Honda Civic, and then you described that the person inside the car, you said, is lighter skin tone, correct?
Correct.
And you got to admit that the conditions at this time it's pretty rainy at that point, right?
Correct, it is.
I mean, if you could see in the video that it looks like some of the lights that are reflecting from like the street lights are kind of bouncing off the car, right?
Yes.
And that window of the Honda is rolled closed, correct?
It appears to be closed, yes.
I mean, it's kind of hard to tell, but best guess is that it's probably rolled closed, correct?
Yes, it appears to be closed.
And in that video, are you able to determine the hair color of the individual driving?
No.
Are you able to determine the hair length?
No.
Whether the individual is wearing a hat?
No.
Or a beanie or some sort of, something on their head?
No.
Are you able to determine, you said that it appears that he's wearing dark clothing, correct?
Correct.
Do you know what color? Black, gray, brown?
I would say dark clothing. By looking at the video, I believe it's black.
Okay. And are you able to tell if it's a shirt, a jacket, sweater?
No, you cannot. You can just tell that really all that was visible, like I had testified earlier, was the hand. So based off of that, I would surmise that it would be a long sleeve of some sort. But no, you cannot.
Well, I mean, it could, can you tell if the individual is wearing gloves? Because that could explain why it's lighter.
No, you cannot see if they're a light colored glove.
Okay, and you weren't able to determine the height of the individual driving that car, correct?
The height of the driver? No,
Or the weight?
no,
And did you observe any distinct tattoos?
no, I did not.
And when do you recall when you reviewed this video, or when you had obtained an actual reviewed it for yourself?
I believe my report says April.
Been arrested before that time?
I can't recall.
Are you aware whether you knew what Mr. Anderson looked like before you had reviewed that video?
Yes, I was.
Okay, nothing further.
State?
Nothing else.
Thank you, Detective.
Thank you.
State your next witness.
Detective Ryan Bergman.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be seated. Please spell your name for the record.
Ryan, R-Y-A-N, Bergman, B-E-R-G-E-M-A-N-N.
Are you a detective with the Milwaukee Police Department's homicide unit?
Yes,
How long have you worked for the department?
since April of 2003.
Through your work as a detective, do you oftentimes find it useful to recover video from Milwaukee County Transit System buses?
Yes,
In fact, so much that they've actually given your department access to their camera system. Is that a fair statement?
correct. I believe there's 6 of us that have access to that.
And were you a participant in the investigation into the disappearance of Sade Robinson in the form of trying to see if any Milwaukee County Transit bus video could assist?
Yes,
Did you recover videos from the Milwaukee County Transit System?
I did.
Did they show anything of note?
They did.
There were 2 buses in particular that you recovered video from, is that right?
Correct.
Can you tell the jury what 2 bus routes those were?
Sure. The first bus video that I would have recovered was from bus Route 57. And that would have been the bus that traveled at the time westbound on West Lisbon Avenue. And then the second bus that I would have recovered would have been a 35 route bus. And that would have been the bus that traveled southbound on North 35th Street.
I have exhibit 225 on the screen here. The bus that travels down Lisbon, that's what you were talking about?
Correct. It's actually, they call it the Walnut/Appleton route bus, but it travels down Lisbon.
Because Lisbon turns into Walnut somewhere around 24th, right?
Correct.
I'm going to bring up exhibit 203 on the screen. Can you see that, detective?
Yes.
What are we looking at?
So this is, there's 4 cameras that I captured off of this bus. This is the bus that was traveling westbound on West Lisbon Avenue. It is currently at the intersection of Lisbon and North 27th Street, going
Facing-
westbound.
Going westbound,
Yes,
okay.
sir.
And really small at the bottom here is what?
So that would be the dates, time and date stamp. It says 4/2 of 2024, and it's marked at 7:29 and 24 seconds, so 7 in the morning, 7:29 in the morning.
You're aware that her vehicle was set on fire somewhere around 7:30 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Why don't you summarize what exactly we're going to see here?
Sure. The bus is going to continue going westbound on along West Lisbon Avenue here. And as we approach 29th Street, North 29th Street, you'll see a blue building. And then along the north side sidewalk, you'll see 2 females walking westbound. And then as it keeps on going westbound, you'll see an individual coming out of the yards between, it would be the 2900 block of West Lisbon. And then you will see a vehicle, Ms. Robinson's vehicle in the background, and you will see a flame that starts in the passenger compartment of that vehicle.
And what you just summarized is captured on not just this camera video angle, but a summary of what the cameras from this bus
correct
depict. Okay, I'm going to play this. It is queued up to April 2nd, 2024 at 7:29:24. All right, we're heading west.
Yes, and then the blue building on the right side of the screen is the blue building I referred to. Those will be the 2 females walking along the sidewalk westbound. And then shortly you'll see a male subject approach out of those yards. between the white building and the blue building. Right there.
I paused it at 7:30 and 02, and if you look off to the right side of the screen, what can you see here?
That is Miss Robinson's vehicle, and the fire appears to be just starting inside the passenger compartment of that vehicle.
This is the subject here that I'm circling with my mouse that you were referencing walking out?
Yes.
Is there a microphone up by you, a handheld one?
Yes.
Are you able to go by the TV screen and point out what you're seeing as we're playing through this?
Sure. If I can turn this.
Yeah.
I'm going to back it up here to 7:29.
The females are westbound along the sidewalk, the umbrella. The other one, a blue jacket with number 23 on it. And then to the right side of the screen is Miss Robinson's vehicle. You can see the fire is starting in the passenger compartment of that vehicle. And then in front of the two females, there's a subject, a male subject wearing a black hooded sweatshirt and a large camouflage backpack.
At some point in maybe this clip or other clips from the same exact bus, are you able to tell any demographics about that individual with the backpack?
Yes, it would be outside the curb side view of this bus video.
Okay, I'm going to keep playing the video. Pause there. Are you able to tell anything about his shoes there?
Yes, you can tell that it has a white bottom sole, and then there's a darker top part of the shoe, and then also dark pants.
I'm going to move over to the curbside. All right, so I'm on the curbside view now.
Yes.
This is the woman with the umbrella up here.
Correct.
The woman with the LeBron James jacket is behind this tree.
Yes.
Okay, playing from there. 7:30:06. Do you see the subject with the backpack?
Yes, so you can see the backpack a little more clear here. It's going to be a tan camouflage backpack. And then you can also see that the tops of his shoes are also that almost similar tan color.
And as I advance the video, the bus has now passed what, 30th Street?
Correct.
And what do you see in the upper left?
That would be the Miss Robinson's vehicle becoming more engulfed in flames.
Okay. I'm going to go back again to 7:30. '02. And play from there, frame by frame.
Did you want me to write it again? Or?
Yes, please.
So the LeBron James jacket is continuing to walk westbound. She appears to look to her right, which would be north. And then the male subject comes out of that lot and stands next to the bus. And then as the bus passes, he crosses the street, which would be southbound across Lisbon.
Sorry about that. Go frame by frame forward. This is on the curbside view?
Yes, and you can see the female with the 23 jacket is looking towards the car fire. The subject with the umbrella continues to walk westbound. I believe she stops as she sees the fire also. And that would be the male subject with the tan backpack. Appears he's waiting for the bus to pass him so he can cross the street. And then we see the car engulfed or starting to be engulfed in flames on the left side of the screen.
Lucius, I hope you still in here. I know you probably in, but just listening. But thank you so much for the support of the channel. I'm just not seeing that, Lucius. Love you too, sis. Thank you so much for the support. I appreciate that. Y'all, we got an hour left. I think it's more than an hour on this. Hopefully we'll get through all of this in an hour, but I'm not for sure. But I think Trey got some type of premiere or something going on at 3 o'clock. So we're going to end it at 3 o'clock, and then we're going to come back tomorrow and continue. We're going to try to get caught up this week and this weekend. If we're not caught up by the weekend, we're going to go into the weekend. But my plan is to come every day and get as much in as we can so we can get caught up, because it's my fault that we're behind. But so we're going to go another hour, and then we're going to quit for the day. All right. But thank y'all for supporting. I appreciate the likes. I appreciate the support. And make sure y'all put any questions in the chat that you have, okay? Thank you. Thank you again, Lucius.
Of the bus, what can you see?
So on this would be called the street side camera. And we see that same individual now behind the bus, and he's crossing southbound across Lisbon Avenue to the south side of the street. And that would be 30th Street is that intersection right there, North 30th and Lisbon.
Stop the video at 7:30:23. Let's talk about the 35th Street bus.
Yes.
Where does that bus travel to and from, if you know?
It's all along North 35th Street. The video that I had got, it was just north of 35th and Lisbon. And then on the video I got from 8:11 a.m. all the way to 8:36 a.m. for that date. So it travels all the way to the south side of Milwaukee, south of Oklahoma, probably even to Howard. It just continues on 35th Street.
Is 35th Street one of the main, I guess, roads that connects the north side to the south side?
Yes.
There's a viaduct that goes over the Miller Valley?
Yes.
Okay, what are the other ones?
We would have 27th Street would be one. 16th Street travels pretty far, but 27th, 35th, and then you would also have 43rd, which would be Miller Parkway, Sherman Boulevard. Those would probably be your main ones.
Are you aware of what Mr. Anderson's listed residence was?
Yes.
Where was that?
I believe it was a 3100 block of South 39th.
Okay, how far away would that be from where one could get off of the bus that travels on 35th Street?
So the two options to get off on around that address would be on 35th in Oklahoma and then 35th in Ohio, which is, I believe, a 3300 block.
A logical bus route to take if you were on 35th in Lisbon and you wanted to get to the 3100 block of South 39th Street, what bus would you take?
The 35th Street bus.
Okay. I have the next bus video queued up. This is the 35th Street bus. I have it timed at, I'm going to back it up a little bit here. 8:11:55. Can you orient us a little bit? What are we looking at?
Sure. The bus here would be looking southbound. It's traveling a southbound direction. We're on North 35th Street, and then we would be approaching, I believe the lights are going to be Lisbon.
You aware of video that was found showing a subject waiting for the bus at 35th and Lisbon?
Yes.
Tell us what you were aware of when you were looking for this.
So this video I had found prior to that. Once we see the subject standing on the corner, then we went and retrieved more video regarding that. But this was the first video that I found on the bus, and then we retrieved more. But it shows the subject walking to the corner here and waiting for the bus.
Not this video, the video that you were aware of.
Correct.
Thank you. Pause the video. Do you see anyone on this frame that looks familiar from the last bus video we saw?
Yes.
Point them out, please.
Sure. He is wearing the black hooded sweatshirt. He has the brown, you can see the brown shoulder straps for a backpack, black pants, the brownish color top of the shoe, white soles, and then the same guy that we saw earlier.
Going over to the, what is this camera?
So there's 10 different cameras that I downloaded off this bus. You have 4 exterior cameras. You have the windshield, curbside, street side, and then you have a rear facing camera. And then there's 6 interior cameras on this one. So the one we were looking at just a minute ago was the windshield camera. This would be called the front door camera.
And the, there's also cameras that face back into the bus where the passengers sit?
Correct. And then on the interior cameras, there is audio.
Okay. And what time are we looking at here? Oh, we'll come back. There it is.
It is 8 morning.
Playing from that timestamp. watch it. We're gonna watch it not extended. No.
Look at him, y'all. Look, there you go, right there. That's him. His hair was longer back then, y'all. He done cut his hair. Son of a bitch.
I'm gonna go full screen and play it again. All right, detective, the subject did what in those clips?
He enters the bus, he puts $2 into the machine and he asks the bus driver if the bus is going south. And the bus driver tells him it is.
Okay. He then goes in the back and sits down?
Correct.
And are you able to see clearly the clothing he's wearing now?
Yes.
Have you watched this entire clip from when he sits down until he gets off the bus?
I have.
Does he ever pull a phone out?
He does not.
I'm going to play through I'm going to skip through this, but play various clips starting at 8:13:34.
Brandon, they don't need witnesses. I mean, there's people on the bus, but the camera is the witness. We the witness.
I'm
Wait a
guessing.
minute, hold on, Brandon.
8:15.
I'm guessing when he thunked this plan through, he didn't thunk about them cameras that are
You
pointing
didn't
right
talk
at his
about
eye.
cameras everywhere.
Yeah.
Everywhere. On the bus, on the corner. Brandon, we the witnesses, honey. We witnessing it right now, just like everybody else in that courtroom, everybody on that bus. There go the witness. We the witness. He's an idiot. Oh, child.
Pause at 8:15:18. Just sitting there.
Yes.
Go ahead. 8:17. Pause at 8:17:19. Let's go up to 8:20. Paused at 8:21. We'll go ahead. 8:24. Go ahead to 8:27. And all this time, Detective, where's the bus going?
Southbound on 35th Street.
Okay, and you'd be able to see that on the front camera, right?
Correct.
Paused at 8:28:04. Playing at 8:28:52. Paused at 8:29:07. Playing at 8:30:06. Paused at 8:30:21. Playing at 8:31:25. Paused at 8:31:36. Playing at 8:33:11. Paused at 8:33:35. What's happening now?
He is approaching the front door of the bus to get off.
Pause at
Baby,
8:33:40. You're able to see on the
he
sweatshirt
couldn't
the
deny
emblem
that
on the
if
right.
he wanted
left.
to, honey. Look at
Yes.
that face. He couldn't deny. They got you. They been had you, but they sure enough got you now. Look at them, y'all. My God, today. My God, today.
Paused at 8:34:02. What happened there?
He approaches the driver and asks him if he minds if he gets off there. The bus is currently in the middle of the street, so he would not let him get off there. The street directly before this is West Lakefield. And then the next stop that the bus driver is going to stop at, that there is a stop, is going to be on Ohio.
Showing you exhibit 204. What is that?
That is the subject that's on the bus.
That's a screenshot of the bus video we just watched.
It is.
Move 204 in.
Any objection?
No.
Received.
Pass to publish.
Go right ahead.
That's 204.
Yes,
You see that person in court today?
I do.
You identify him by where he's seated and what? I'd ask the record to reflect that the detective identified Maxwell Anderson.
Any objection?
I'm not going to comment on that.
The record will so reflect.
All right, I've moved it to the video, kind of shows the door where he got on, right?
Yes.
Let me back that up because the video went out.
In the middle of the street.
He asked the bus driver what?
If he could get out there, and the bus driver.
Brandon, to be honest, I think so. That's just my opinion.
When you get to Ohio.
Okay. Is this near the address of 3161 South 39th Street?
Yes, I believe Lakefield is a 3200 block. Is either 31 or 3200 block. It's Oklahoma, Lakefield, and then I think Rustic in Ohio, some type of order.
Is Euclid in there?
Euclid is also, sorry.
Okay. Paused it.
Next block.
He's exited the bus?
Yes.
And then what direction does he walk?
He starts walking northbound back towards West Lakefield.
Okay, which camera would that be on?
That one, the curbside, sorry.
Okay.
And then, can I stand up and just point where Lakefield is?
Yes.
So this is along South 35th Street, and then this intersection here is West Lakefield.
If you were to go to 3161 South 39th Street, what would be the best route to walk to off of this bus?
The quickest way would be either Ohio or up West Lakefield.
Okay. I'm gonna play from 8:34:54. I have it on the curbside camera. This one doesn't have audio, right?
Correct. So the subject continues to walk northbound along 35th Street, and then he goes out of range.
I'm gonna bring up a map that's already been introduced and admitted as Exhibit 443. And if I didn't already, I'd move the entirety of 203, and I know I moved the first one in.
Any objection?
No.
203 is received.
Got a map of Milwaukee County up here, Detective. Can you see that?
Yes.
Or do you want to stand up?
I can see it.
Where the subject boarded the bus, who you've identified as the defendant, was where?
It'd be 35th and Lisbon, so it would be on the west or the northwest corner of 35th and Lisbon at that intersection.
Can you use the microphone?
Sure. So it's an intersection of 35th and Lisbon along the northwest corner is where he would have boarded that bus that was going southbound.
And what direction is that on this map? If you could point it out here as I move the map.
It would be going down.
All right. Passing Interstate 94 there.
Yes.
Passing National Avenue here.
Yes.
Greenfield Avenue.
Yes.
Burnham.
Yes.
35th and Greenfield.
Yes.
35th and Forest Home here.
Yes.
Jackson Park's right next to that, right?
Correct.
Continuing south 35th and Oklahoma.
Yes.
Where's Lakefield?
It would be this street that goes like this.
All right. So if one wanted to get to 3161 South 39th Street, where would you go?
So this street, Lakefield, goes westbound, and then that 38th Street and 39th, it's an alley. So that would get you to the back of your house, basically through the alley.
And you could also walk down 38th to Euclid and come over crossing 39th Street there, correct?
Correct. Correct. Oklahoma is 3100 and Euclid is 3200. So it's almost in the middle of the block.
I'm putting Exhibit 445 up next to 204. Does that appear to be the same person to you?
Yes.
Nothing else.
You know, I think this might be a perfect point to take a break for 10, 15 minutes, take a quick bathroom break, and then we'll come back, okay? So leave your notebooks on your chair, please.
That individual, he's not standing right next to the car, correct?
No.
You don't see him toss anything into the car?
No.
You don't see him, putting any liquid anywhere around that car?
No.
You just see him walking, on just about onto that sidewalk where he'll eventually cross that street, correct?
This is the fish, y'all.
Direction away from the car towards the sidewalk. I guess would be the most accurate way.
Yeah, thank you. And this individual, he's not running, right?
No.
He's not, doesn't appear to be panicked or looking over his shoulder.
I can't tell that from the video.
Okay, but you're highly trained, as a detective to, look for that kind of suspicious behavior, correct?
Correct.
I mean, I think the common term that you use is furtive movements, right?
Correct.
Like people, maybe glancing around, right?
Right.
People blading their body, right?
Correct.
People running.
Correct.
And like an example is like when like an example of something that's suspicious is when you see someone walking towards, like a police officer, when they see that police officer, they run the other way.
Correct.
And this individual we see on camera doesn't do anything like that, right?
Yeah, there's no police officer in the area.
Okay. But what we do see is we see an individual walking in one consistent direction, correct?
Correct.
And that individual eventually walks to a bus stop, right?
Correct.
And waits at a bus stop, correct?
Correct.
And this area on Lisbon, it's a very busy like street in Milwaukee, right?
It's one of the busier ones, yes.
And we saw in the video, there's people driving down the street, right?
Yes.
People walking down the street.
Yes.
People waiting for buses, right?
Yes.
And so you got to admit this is a very densely populated area, correct?
Correct.
Because there's residential homes around that area as well, correct?
Correct.
And so when you see this individual, I mean, it's fair to describe that he's simply just walking calmly, right? I mean, he's not running.
He's not running, he's walking.
Okay. And so now I want to talk about it's exhibit 204. If we can, it's state exhibit 204. If we can bring that up.
How do we get that?
204 is the still photo.
Okay.
This is 203.
203. I'm sorry. Okay. All right. So we have exhibit 203 up.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. We can just, what portion do you want when he gets on the bus? Okay. That's where we're at. We got 8, 12, 19.
I'm starting at 8, 12, 19. If you could just play that.
Here. Use this one. Try this one.
It's on. It's a matter of recording.
That TV is usually asleep on, so if you have a remote, I can push source or.
This one goes on and off by.
It's coming up on.
There is a source selection on there too, before you turn it off. Or when you turn it off. It says power and solar. So you might be able to do it from here. Might.
Otherwise, it's not ideal, but we can do it over here if the jury isn't, it's not perfect, but I mean, if you're asking witness questions. Yeah. I think we just do it that way.
on TV, so we'll just do it. Is that okay with everyone? See, heads nod. Let's just do that. Yep. What did you say, 8/12/19? I started at 8/12/05, okay?
And we've reached out to the IT person too, who's on his way, so maybe we'll have some positive response. Oh, we got it back.
I think it's when we expanded that screen.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Benz.
All right, so I just want you to watch the video. We already saw.
Now they have an IP person?
Yes.
Right.
4 hours later, and they're like, maybe we should bring the IP person in. The TV keeps stopping.
All right, stopping at 8/12/42. You can see when this person gets on the bus, you don't see any blood on their hands, correct?
No.
You don't see any red marks?
No.
And this individual clearly isn't trying to conceal their identity whatsoever, correct?
No.
There's no mask on his face?
No.
I mean, they got their hood up, but it's clearly raining outside, right?
Correct.
And then this individual talks to the driver, pays the fare while the bus is kind of moving, right?
Correct.
And have you ever had to pay for, like, bus fare with cash?
Long time ago.
But you can agree that sometimes it's hard because you're sitting at the front of the bus and it's kind of shaking a little bit, right?
Correct.
But he casually talks to the driver and asks if it's going south, right?
Yes.
And then he gets on the bus and then goes to sit down, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we're starting at 8/12/44. And so what we're looking at here is this is just the back of the bus, right? You can't see the fare box, right?
Correct. I think your speed on there is playing like half speed, it looks like, the seconds, just so you know.
All right, so I got it frozen at 8/14/57. So he's just sitting on the bus, right?
Yes.
And you don't see, and you can clearly see his hands, there's no blood on his hands, right?
Correct.
And you didn't observe any blood on his shoes, correct?
Not like copious amounts of it. I can't tell because it's a dark color, if there's anything on there.
Okay, but you can't sit up and testify that you see blood on his shoes, correct?
Correct.
Or on his pants, correct?
Correct.
And you can't see any mud on his shoes because you can see the white soles, correct?
I can't see the bottom of the shoes.
Okay, but you can see his white soles, correct?
The sides of his shoes, correct.
And I'm talking about the white.
Correct, the side part of the sole, yes.
Okay, and you can't see any mud on there.
Not on the side parts, no.
Okay. And on this backpack, you've watched this video lots of times, right?
Yes.
You've probably spent hours reviewing this with other detectives as well.
Yes.
And you don't observe any blood on this backpack, correct?
Not from the video.
And no mud, correct?
No.
No sand, correct?
No.
And so what we really watch is someone walk to a bus stop, wait at a bus stop, and get on a bus, correct?
That's the second part of the bus video, yes.
Okay. And then goes to his house, correct? Or, well, he doesn't go directly to his house, goes to a stop, gets off the bus, correct?
Correct.
And then walks towards the direction of his home, correct?
Correct.
I don't have anything further.
State?
Can you see what's in his massive backpack?
No.
The person that he's referring to is this individual, that's the defendant?
Correct, that's Maxwell Anderson.
Nothing else.
Defense, anything?
And then, when you watch this, after he gets up and gets off the bus, you don't see any blood on the seat, correct? Where he was sitting.
I can't see the seat good enough to say there's nothing there.
Okay, well, did you ever go back and go to this bus?
No.
Okay. I have nothing further.
State?
Nothing else.
Thank you, Detective. State, your next witness.
State calls Angela Sawyer.
Can I see the attorneys at sidebar for a second?
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm just gonna have you remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? So please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Angela Sawyer, Angela Sawayer.
Ms. Sawyer, I need you to scoot right up to that mic, please, and talk right into it. You're soft spoken and we need to hear what you say. Okay? State, please proceed.
May 24.
I do,
Why do you remember that day?
because I left work and went to the beach and found unusual.
I'm just gonna help you with your microphone. It's hard to project your voice, so I'm just gonna ask you to.
It'll probably be about 6 my time, Miss B.
Okay.
You were walking on the beach?
Hold on, y'all. We may have lost sound. Hear what she gotta say. Hold on.
We just as bad as the Milwaukee court system.
You know what? One day, be true. One day. One day. One good day.
So they keep asking about shoes. Why was there no blood and stuff like that? But they also said there was no blood at the crime scene where they recovered the body from, which means he did it somewhere else. So why he would have already changed.
But the thing about it is where, because they tracked him, did you like, where was he able to get off to cut her up? If he was bloody, which I'm sure he was, change his clothes. I'm sure that's why he had that backpack. And I don't know what was in that. Oh, excuse me, y'all. That backpack, but whatever this dude did, he went off somewhere. He cut her up. He was able to get rid of the weapon, get rid of the clothes, get rid of any blood evidence. That because we ain't heard nothing about no blood evidence yet.
Well, they just haven't found where he was. But
Whatever spot he was
at. Yeah.
See you later, Ms. B. Thanks for joining.
It's probably it could be a vacant home. It could be anywhere. But again, he had already did the deed. He was just disposing of the body. Because like they said, there was no blood on the tracks. They made a specific point to say no, there was no blood around the part.
Damn, how did he do that?
He did it somewhere else, but my thing is you would have.
That's why you know, with him being able to pretty much evade any blood evidence or nothing like that and getting rid of the murder weapon. That's why I believe he's done it before. I actually think he's done this before.
Yeah, he's a little too calm and collected right now.
Yes, he's not frantic. He don't look nervous. He just looked deranged.
He definitely, when he got on that bus, he was not disheveled. He was not anything that would kind of set him apart from, of what he just did.
Right. Exactly.
Like this is a plan he's had for a long time, and now he's just enacting it. Or it's a plan he's had before and used.
My God. All right, let's try to we may be able to get through all of this by 3. We got 20 more minutes. Let's see. Well, we could. Let me press play. Serial for sure. Right, Tanya. Modern day Jeffrey Dahmer type shit. Jeffrey was from there too. This is ridiculous. And then I keep reading about all these young African American missing young women in Milwaukee. The truth? I'm telling you. My shine now is twerking.
I found part of a body,
You know what part?
the torso and the arm.
What did you do?
I called my partner first,
What's their name?
Shiloh Falk,
Can you spell that for us?
SHILOHFALK.
Then what happened?
I waited for him to come and we called 911.
And where did you wait?
I waited by the body.
Did law enforcement come?
Yes,
And you spoke to them
I did.
and showed them what you found?
Correct.
Do you remember what time of the day you described this as being after work? When was that?
I got off of work around between 6 and 6:30 a.m. I don't know what time it was because I didn't bring a phone or my watch. I didn't look.
And when you testified that you had been there before, 2 days prior,
Correct.
you didn't notice this body part.
No.
Can you describe what the torso looked like?
I don't know how to describe it.
That's okay. Nothing further.
Y'all, this has been over a year ago. These people are still, even if the witnesses they brought in at the beginning, the other witnesses that found body parts, even a cop that was up there, these people are still shaken by finding these body parts and stuff.
It's not a normal thing.
Yeah, I know. They're traumatized.
It's not something you're gonna see every day. You watch shit on TV and you say, okay, that's TV. But we've been, we kind of put our minds around TV and movies or whatever. But now you're associating that movie with real life right in front of you.
Mm-hmm. That's something you cannot get. Once you see, you can't unsee. You can't. It's just, oh my God.
And she's young.
Yeah.
Again, it never changes. You can't. You could never get used to that. Even people that work crime scenes and stuff like that.
That's what I'm telling you. Some of the cops that came up there, they were still shaking like this too.
Yeah, there's certain things that you just can't, like little kids.
Mm-hmm.
It's just you're never going to be okay with seeing that.
Right. Okay, y'all. Let's try to get through.
State your next witness.
The state calls Deputy Laura Jarozinski.
be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Laura Jarasinski, Laura JAROCZYNSKI.
How are you employed?
Okay, hold on. I thought it was skipping, but it's not. Okay, let's see. Hold on.
Five years.
I did it. Let me stop and start it back. I don't know who she is. She don't look like a.
And were you, did you assist in the investigation into disappearance of Sade Robinson in early April of 2024?
I did.
You had multiple roles in that investigation, fair to say?
Yes.
Did you do something in particular of note on Thursday, April 18th, 2024?
I did.
On that date,
I was.
can you tell us where?
I believe it was 3305 Marina Road in South Milwaukee.
The city of South Milwaukee?
Yes.
Milwaukee County?
Yes.
State of Wisconsin?
Yes.
Okay. I have on the screen over here, Exhibit 443. It's already been entered. It's our county map here, and I just want to orient us a little bit. If we go to the southeast corner, we've got Warnemont Park up here, right?
Yes.
And you're aware that the leg was washed or found on the shores of Warnemont?
Correct.
Where is 3305 Marina Road in South Milwaukee in comparison to this?
Approximately 4.5 miles south.
Okay, so as I'm moving down here, you see where I'm circling South Milwaukee Yacht Club?
Yes.
Is it somewhere near there or around there?
Yes.
Okay, where exactly? Sorry if I haven't gone far enough.
It might be further south.
Okay. Not as far as Oak Creek though, correct?
Correct.
All right. So right a little south of the South Milwaukee Yacht Club? All right, I'm gonna zoom out a little bit. And you said that's 4 and, did you say 4 or 4.5?
Approximately 4.5.
Okay. And when,
I believe so, yes.
did she guide you anywhere?
Yes.
Where to?
So I met her at like the fence at the top of the path, and then we walked down the paved path down to the shoreline, and then she pointed out along the shore where it was.
Is this like a public beach or what is this?
Yes, but at the time there was a fence closing it.
This was mid-April?
Yes.
Okay. What was the weather like?
Cold.
What time did you go there? I don't know if I asked that.
I think it was like 7:59 in the morning.
Okay. When you went down towards the shorefront, what'd you observe?
It was a torso with left arm still attached, but no head and no legs and no right arm.
How was it laying?
Face down, or chest, torso down.
What is the terrain like there? Is it rocky, grassy? What is it?
Sand.
Okay. Just give me 1 second. After viewing the torso, what did you do?
I contacted my captain, and then eventually we called the medical examiner.
At this point, you were, April 18th, you were well aware that Sade Robinson had been not heard from since April 1st, right?
Correct.
And that a leg had been found in Warnemont Park, right?
Correct.
Additional remains found on the north side of Milwaukee.
Correct.
Was it your belief that those things were related to this torso?
Yes,
Did you take any steps to try to yourself identify who the torso belonged to
I did.
and whether it belonged to Sade Robinson in particular?
Yes.
What information did you have that was going to help you do that at the time?
Previously, I had a picture of her fingernails painted
How did you get that?
from her general manager at Pizza Shuttle.
Philip Wilder?
Yes.
I'm going to show you exhibit 38. Is this the picture you're talking about?
Yes, it is.
38 and that's published?
Any objection?
No.
38's received. Go ahead.
Here we go. This was a screenshot of a text, correct?
Yes.
All right. Her fingernails were visible.
Yes.
There was a text from her to Philip Wilder about getting her nails done, right?
Correct.
She wants Pizza Shuttle to fix them.
Yes.
Were you able to view the fingernails on the torso and determine if they look like that?
I was.
And what you see?
That they matched entirely from the photo.
I'm going to show you exhibits 242 through 257.
What were the numbers again?
242 to 257.
Thank you.
Can you just look through those silently to yourself, take a moment, and then tell me if you know what they are?
And to be clear, we stipulate to all of these, this,
I'll move them in then.
Thank you. At this point, they are all received.
I can take those. Ask the public.
Go right ahead.
I'm going to start with exhibit 242 here. All right, what are we looking at here?
That is the top of the paved pathway.
This is where you would have parked to go down towards that beach?
Correct.
243? What is that?
That's just inside the fence on the way down as well.
244 further down?
Further down.
And when you get to the bottom, it turns and we get to 245?
Yes.
And there's three individuals in front of you there, one wearing a medical examiner jacket, another deputy, and another woman, right?
Correct.
There's a group of people off in the distance. Would that be to the north?
The way the picture is, that would be, yes, to the north.
Okay, is that where the torso was?
Yes.
246? What is that?
That's just a clearer shot once you go down the few steps onto the beach.
All right, and the next photos are going to have the torso. 247. Is that how it was found by Miss Sawyer, to your knowledge?
Correct.
$248. Both legs are dismembered.
Correct.
And her right arm?
Correct.
What about her head?
Dismembered.
What about her neck?
Dismembered.
249. That just looks north.
Yes.
Okay. From this photographer would be standing where the torso was found,
Yes,
essentially?
yeah.
Okay. And then 250, we're just looking south?
Yes.
251. This is how her hand was when you found it?
Correct.
Okay. And you were able to then, putting up 252, examine her nails a little more and compare them to the Philip Wilder photo that he sent you?
Correct.
Is this what you're talking about?
Yes.
You were aware that Sade Robinson had a tattoo on her chest as well?
I was.
And what was the tattoo?
It's a saying, sometimes you've got to fall before you fly. And there was a bird above it and a bird below it.
You had gotten pictures of Sade to view this tattoo yourself from Mr. Wilder as well? Or were those from somewhere else?
It was from her social media.
Social media, okay. I've got exhibit 33 here. This is the phrase right here where I'm pointing?
Correct.
And she had a bird on her shoulder?
Correct.
And 34. Little better there, a little clearer, right?
Correct.
Okay. Exhibit 253. Were you able to read the tattoo?
I was.
And what part of her body are we looking at?
That is her right shoulder, right side of her chest.
That's the same tattoo from those photos?
Yes.
254. Tell us about her right breast.
It is cut off.
255. This would be looking from the top?
Yes.
Okay, and her head is gone.
Yes.
256, this be her opposite arm? Or leg?
It's hard for me to see from this angle.
Okay. And lastly, 257, you're able to see the tattoo?
Yes.
And it matches directly the tattoo on Sade's chest?
Correct.
Nothing else?
Cross?
No.
Thank you. You may step down. I think we've had enough for today. I think we're going to call it at this point. Okay. So at this point in time, those admonitions I gave you are all the more important as you go into the weekend, right? And I know it's difficult, but you're under a court order. So I need you not to look at any media. So no television, no radio, no social media. Don't talk to your friends and family about this. Remember, this verdict has to be based on what you've heard in this courtroom. And the decision has to be made by the 12 of you who are ultimately on this panel. It can't be based.
All right, y'all. That's gonna be it for today. We got through in time. Okay. So yeah, thank y'all so much for joining. For everybody that stuck through it, the whole 5.5 hours in and out. Thank y'all so much. I appreciate the support. I really do. Thank you, D-True, for joining today. I appreciate you. Appreciate you, D-True. We'll be back in the morning, y'all. We'll be back in the morning to do, I think that was day 3. Now we got to get 4 and 5 in. Actually, another day is going on right now, but we're going to get caught up. Thank you, Fun Bear. We are going to get caught up, and we're going to listen to every inch of this now. You know, normally when I get behind, I kind of get discouraged and I'll stop covering the case, but I ain't doing it with this one. So, but I have covered the case even after the verdict was read. So it all depends. So this one, I just plan on listening to the whole thing. I appreciate y'all. I will see y'all in a couple of hours over on the T channel. Y'all, in the meantime, in between time, y'all have a blessed, beautiful day, okay? Like I say, I can't express enough how much I appreciate y'all supporting this channel over here, okay? Y'all be good. I love y'all. Thank you again, D-True. Look like D-True.
No, I'm here. I'm listening.
Oh, I was looking at your avatar, you little troll, you.
I don't want to get yelled at, so I'm being quiet.
I'm not gonna yell at you. Oh boy. All right, y'all. Thank you, Natasha. I appreciate it. Shout out to who was that? Lucius. Shout out to Lucius, and somebody else gave me I can't remember, but you know who you are that gave me. I think it's Miss B. Miss B. Thank you, Miss B and Lucius, for the monetary support. I appreciate it so much. All right, y'all. Until next time, huh?
I have a meeting tonight, so I won't be able to.
Oh, I understand. I was shocked to see you today. I was so shocked and happy to see you today. I understand. For now.
For now.
For right now. All right, y'all. I'll see y'all later. We'll be back here tomorrow morning, okay? With that being said, True Citizens State Gang, stand up. And until next time, we out. Thank y'all so much. I appreciate y'all.